Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened during my 4th grade year. This wasn't just some weird coincidence or mass hysteria that psychologists could explain away. What I witnessed that day in my elementary school in the Philippines was real, and it still haunts me 20 years later. It started as a completely normal day. I remember wearing my school uniform, that light blue top with navy blue shorts, and my mum had packed me the usual lunch of rice and adobo in my Hello Kitty lunchbox. The weather was typical for the Philippines, hot and humid even though it was only around 9 in the morning. Our school was set up with 2 main sections. The elementary department was on one side, and across an open canteen area was the high school department. Both areas shared the same main gate where there was also a small church. Every morning we'd have our usual flag ceremony in the quadrangle before heading to our classrooms. That particular day, Ms. Reyes was teaching us about fractions. I wasn't really paying attention because math wasn't my strongest subject, and I was secretly doodling in my notebook. The classroom was stuffy despite the ceiling fans whirring above us. Some of my classmates were half asleep, while others were actually trying to understand the lesson. Then everything changed. There was a knock on our classroom door. It wasn't the usual casual knock. It was urgent, almost frantic. Ms. Reyes stopped mid-sentence about how to add fractions with different denominators and went to the door. I remember how her face changed when she opened it. Ms. Santos, one of the teachers from another grade, was standing there. She looked different, not like her usual composed self. Her eyes were wide, and she was breathing heavily like she'd been running. She whispered something to Ms. Reyes, pulling her out into the hallway. We all started whispering to each other, wondering what was going on. I turned to my seatmate, Carlo, and asked if he knew anything. He just shrugged. The whispers grew louder as Ms. Reyes stayed outside longer than expected. When she finally came back into the classroom, I'll never forget the look on her face. Her usual warm smile was gone. She was pale, almost ashy, and her hands were visibly shaking. I'd never seen a grown-up look so scared before. "Children," she said, her voice trembling slightly, "I need you to quietly pack your things. Don't make any noise. We're going to leave the classroom in a line." We were confused, but did as we were told. The room was eerily quiet as we packed our bags. Nobody was asking questions. Something about Ms. Reyes's expression told us this wasn't the time. "When we leave, I want you to hold hands with the person in front of you and behind you. Don't let go, don't run, and most importantly, do not make any noise," she instructed. My stomach knotted up. This wasn't like our usual fire drills. This was something else entirely. As we lined up at the door, Ms. Reyes peeked outside, checking if the coast was clear, then she led us out. The hallway was completely empty, which was strange. Usually you'd hear distant chatter from other classrooms or see students going to the bathroom, but there was nothing, just an unnatural silence. We walked in perfect formation, each of us holding onto each other's hands tightly. I was somewhere in the middle of the line. I could feel Carlo's sweaty palm in front of me, and behind me was Jenny, whose grip was so tight it almost hurt. As we walked through the corridor and down the stairs, I noticed other classes doing the same thing, all walking in silent lines, teachers looking tense and frightened. Nobody was speaking. The only sounds were our footsteps and the occasional stifled sob from a scared classmate. When we reached the ground floor and walked past the school offices, I saw some of our school staff praying together in a circle. The school secretary was crying silently while the office assistant was holding a rosary. Something was very, very wrong. Then we turned toward the canteen area that separated the elementary from the high school building. What I saw there is burned into my memory forever. Scattered around the canteen area were 12, maybe 15 high school students lying on the ground. Some were completely still, as if unconscious. Others were thrashing around violently. The scene was chaos. Teachers and some of the school staff were trying to hold down students who were screaming and attempting to hurt themselves. One boy was banging his head against the concrete floor, while two male teachers desperately tried to restrain him. A girl was scratching at her own face so hard she was drawing blood, her eyes rolled back showing only the whites. The sounds were the worst part. Inhuman wailing and screaming. Some were speaking in languages I didn't recognize, voices deeper and different than their normal teenage voices. One girl was speaking rapidly, almost growling, while her body contorted in ways that didn't seem physically possible. Ms. Reyes quickly herded us past this horrifying scene, pulling our line along faster. "Don't look, children, eyes forward," she kept saying, but it was impossible not to look. As we moved past the canteen toward the main gate, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A senior high school student, someone I recognized as one of the basketball players, was being held down by 4 teachers. He was thrashing violently, but what terrified me most was his face. He looked directly at our line of 4th graders, and his expression wasn't his own. His eyes were completely black, and he was smiling. Not a normal smile, but something twisted and malevolent. As we passed, he pointed at us and started laughing, a deep, unnatural laugh that didn't belong to a teenager. "You're next," he said in a voice that sounded like multiple people talking at once. "All of you are next." Ms. Reyes quickened our pace, practically pulling us toward the main gate now. I could see parents gathering outside, some crying, others praying. News had somehow reached them that something was happening at the school. At the gate stood Father Ignacio, the priest from the church adjacent to our school. He was dressed in his full vestments, holding a golden aspergillum, the sprinkler for holy water. As each child passed through the gate, he would make the sign of the cross over us and sprinkle holy water on our heads, murmuring prayers in Latin. When it was my turn to pass through the gate, the holy water felt ice cold on my skin, despite the sweltering heat of the day. Father Ignacio looked at me with kind but worried eyes and whispered, "Go straight home, child. Don't look back." I found my mom in the crowd of parents. She hugged me so tight I could barely breathe. Other parents were doing the same, some asking questions that the teachers standing by the gate refused to answer clearly. All they would say was that school was suspended and we would be notified when to return. We ended up staying home for a full week. The official explanation given to parents was that there had been a disturbance at school and that they needed time to resolve certain issues, but rumors spread quickly through phone calls between families. My father, being the curious and concerned person he was, took me back to school the next day to speak with the principal and find out what had really happened. The campus was eerily quiet, with only a few staff members and what looked like religious figures moving between buildings. Principal Mendoza received us in her office. She looked like she hadn't slept all night. Her usually neat hair was disheveled and her eyes were bloodshot. My father asked her directly what had happened, expressing concern about sending me back to a potentially unsafe environment. After making me promise not to share what I was about to hear, a promise I kept until now, she told us. Apparently, the high school department had been undergoing renovations to expand their science laboratory. While digging the foundation, the construction workers had discovered something disturbing: human bones, multiple sets of them. Principal Mendoza revealed that before the high school was built 20 years earlier, that area had been a small cemetery. The school had been built on top of it, after the graves were supposed to have been properly exhumed and relocated. But clearly they hadn't been. The workers had disturbed these remains the day before the incident. Principal Mendoza believed this disturbance had awakened whatever spirits had been resting there. The first student affected had been a sophomore named Maria, who had been walking past the construction area during lunch break. She suddenly collapsed, and when she woke up, she wasn't herself anymore. The most chilling part was what Principal Mendoza told us next. The possessed students, particularly Maria, had been speaking in different voices, demanding certain offerings. They said they wanted peace and proper respect. One specific demand was for a cooked, naked chicken, meaning a chicken that had been boiled with no spices or seasoning, to be placed near the giant acacia tree at the center of the campus, where apparently the cemetery's chapel had once stood. The priests from the local diocese had been called in immediately. They performed prayers and blessings throughout the school grounds. The demanded offerings, including the chicken, were placed by the acacia tree. The families of the affected students held private prayers and rituals in their homes. After our conversation with Principal Mendoza, my father and I walked around the now empty campus. The construction area had been completely covered with large tarps, and there were religious symbols placed around its perimeter. The acacia tree had offerings at its base: flowers, candles, and what looked like food items covered with cloths. School resumed the following week. The official story was that several students had suffered from heat stroke and food poisoning from the canteen, but we all knew what we had seen. The affected high school students returned gradually over the next month. Most seemed normal, though quieter than before. Some didn't return at all. Their families had transferred them to other schools. As for me, I finished 4th grade at that school, but my parents transferred me somewhere else for 5th grade. I just couldn't bear to walk past that acacia tree anymore, knowing what lay beneath our school grounds. To this day, I can't look at a chicken without thinking about that bizarre offering, and I still avoid acacia trees whenever possible. What bothers me most is that I never got a full explanation. Were those students really possessed? What exactly happened to them afterward? And most importantly, are the spirits truly at rest now, or are they just waiting for the next disturbance? Story 2. I still get goosebumps thinking about the weird shit that happened when I worked at Harlan Creek Power Station. This was back in 2009, when I was 26 and desperate for steady work in eastern Kentucky. The coal industry was already dying, but Harlan Creek was still limping along with a skeleton crew. Half the place was shut down, entire sections dark and collecting dust. The other half barely running with ancient equipment that wheezed and groaned like it was on its deathbed. I worked the graveyard shift, 11 at night to 7 in the morning. Not my first choice, but the pay was decent and jobs weren't exactly growing on trees around there. The plant was this massive concrete beast built in the 60s, all sharp angles and industrial grimness, right at the mouth of an old mine that had been producing coal since before my grandpa was born. First couple months were boring as hell. Just me, Chris, the only other night operator, and occasionally a maintenance guy who'd show up to fix something that couldn't wait till morning. Most nights, I'd do my rounds checking gauges and equipment, then spend hours playing games on my phone or reading to stay awake. The weird shit started on a Tuesday in late October. I remember, because it was unseasonably cold that night, and the wind was making these eerie whistling sounds through the vents. Chris and I had just finished our midnight rounds when he came into the control room looking spooked. "Something just happened in the break room," he said, rubbing the back of his neck. Chris was this big, burly guy, former high school football star, not the type to get rattled, but he looked genuinely freaked out. Apparently, he'd been dozing on the couch in the break room when he felt something tap his boot. 3 distinct taps, like someone trying to wake him up. He jumped up expecting to see me or one of the maintenance guys, but the room was completely empty. I laughed it off, told him he probably dreamed it or maybe it was a mouse. The place was old as dirt, and we had all sorts of critters getting in when the temperature dropped. Chris didn't seem convinced, but he dropped it. 3 nights later, one of the maintenance guys, older dude named Pete who'd worked at the plant for like 30 years, mentioned something similar. He'd been down in the access tunnels that run beneath the generators, checking on some leaky pipes. These tunnels were tight, claustrophobic spaces with concrete walls and poor lighting. Pete said he was crouched down looking at a valve when he felt 3 distinct taps on his shoulder. He turned around expecting to see his partner, but he was completely alone in that section. By then, I was getting a little freaked out, but still thinking it had to be some kind of explanation. Maybe the vibrations from the generators. The place was constantly humming and shaking. But the incidents kept happening. A week after Chris's experience, we had 3 maintenance guys refuse to go back into the tunnels after they all reported feeling taps on their shoulders or backs when no one was around. One guy quit on the spot, just threw his hard hat on the ground and walked out, said he'd rather be unemployed than deal with whatever the hell was going on down there. Management didn't take any of it seriously. They blamed it on mass hysteria and overactive imaginations. Easy for them to say from their offices that they only visited during daylight hours. It wasn't until I experienced it myself that I really understood why everyone was so shaken up. It happened during my 4th week on nights, around 3 in the morning. The plant was running at minimum capacity, just enough to keep the lights on in the county. I was in the main generator room doing my regular checks. If you've never been in a power plant at night, it's hard to describe how isolating it feels. The machinery is deafening, a constant roar that drowns out everything else. The lighting is harsh and uneven, creating deep shadows in corners and behind equipment, and everything is massive. Turbines the size of buses, pipelines thick as tree trunks, concrete walls 3 feet thick, makes you feel small and insignificant. I was standing by the main control panel when I heard it, the distinct sound of heavy work boots walking on the metal catwalk above the generators. The catwalk runs the length of the room, about 30 feet up. It's this narrow metal pathway with railings on both sides, used to access the upper parts of the machinery. The footsteps were clear as day, even over the rumble of the generators. Slow, deliberate steps. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of someone in no particular hurry, just making their rounds. I figured it was Chris, though I was surprised he hadn't radioed to tell me he was heading up there. I grabbed my radio. "Chris, you up on the catwalk?" His voice came back immediately. "Nope, I'm in the control room." Why? My blood went cold. "Someone's walking on the catwalk." There was a pause before Chris responded. "I'll be right there." I stood frozen, staring up at the catwalk. The footsteps continued for another 15 seconds, then stopped abruptly. Chris showed up a minute later, looking worried. "You heard it too?" he asked. I nodded and pointed up. "Sounded like someone walking right along there." Together we climbed the metal stairs to the catwalk. The stairs creaked and echoed in the massive space as we ascended. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. When we reached the top, we found nothing. The catwalk was completely empty, stretching out in both directions with nowhere to hide, just metal grating, railings, and the occasional junction box. Maybe it was just the metal expanding or contracting, Chris suggested, not sounding convinced by his own explanation. I shook my head. That wasn't random noise, man. Those were footsteps, deliberate steps. We searched the entire upper level, but found nothing. No one had signed in or out of the building. The security cameras at the entrance showed no one entering or leaving. We were the only ones there, according to all official records. When our shift ended at 7, I mentioned it to the day supervisor. He just laughed and said the place was full of weird noises. "Old buildings talk," he said. "You work nights long enough, your mind starts playing tricks on you." Maybe he was right. Maybe we were all just sleep-deprived and jumpy. But that didn't explain what happened the following night. I was alone in the control room around 2 a.m. Chris had gone to check on a pressure alarm in the far wing of the plant. I was filling out some paperwork when I felt it. 3 distinct taps on my shoulder, like someone trying to get my attention. Tap, tap, Tap. I spun around so fast my chair nearly tipped over. No one was there. The door was closed. The room was empty except for me. I even checked under the desk, behind the filing cabinets, anywhere someone could possibly hide. Nothing. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely key my radio. "Chris, where are you right now?" "Still in the East Wing," he responded. "This pressure gauge is acting up. Why? What's up?" I couldn't bring myself to say it over the radio. "Nothing, just checking." I sat there, heart racing, trying to come up with a rational explanation. Maybe I'd imagined it, but it had felt so real. The pressure of fingertips through my shirt, the rhythmic pattern of the taps. When Chris got back, I told him what happened. He didn't laugh or dismiss it. He just nodded grimly, like he'd been expecting it. "It's getting more frequent," he said. "Pete said it happened to him twice yesterday in the tunnels. And Davis felt it in the parking lot when he was leaving. Whatever this is, it's spreading." That night, we did something probably stupid in retrospect. We decided to go down into the tunnels, not the main access tunnels that were still regularly used, but the older ones that connected to the original mine shaft. Parts of Harlan Creek had been built directly over the old mine entrances, and there were sealed passages that hadn't been used in decades. The tunnels were accessible through a heavy metal door in the basement level of the plant. It was supposed to be kept locked, but the maintenance guys often left it open when they were working down there. The air was noticeably different as soon as we stepped through, cooler, damper, with a musty smell that caught in the back of my throat. Our flashlights cut weak cones of light through the darkness. The main tunnel was about 7 feet high and lined with concrete, but as we went deeper, it transitioned to bare rock supported by old timber frames. Water dripped from the ceiling, creating small puddles on the uneven floor. "How far does this go?" I asked, my voice sounding strange and muffled in the close space. "All the way to the original mine shaft, about a quarter-mile in," Chris replied, "but a lot of the side passages are collapsed or flooded." We walked in silence for a while, the only sounds our footsteps and the distant hum of the plant above us. The farther we went, the older everything looked. Modern electrical conduits gave way to ancient cloth-covered wiring. Metal pipes were replaced by wooden troughs. We were walking backwards in time. About 10 minutes in, we reached a junction where the main tunnel split into 3 smaller passages. 2 were blocked by cave-ins, but the third was clear. Above it, someone had painted a faded white number. 7. Tunnel 7, Chris said quietly. That was where the accident happened. "What accident?" I asked. "Back in '74, before they converted this to a power plant. There was a collapse in one of the deeper tunnels, trapped 7 miners. They tried to dig them out, but there was another collapse. All 7 died. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold, damp air." "You think that's what this is about? Those miners?" Chris shrugged. "I don't know. But Pete said his grandfather was one of the rescue workers. Said they never recovered all the bodies. Some are still down there, sealed up in the rock." We stood there for a moment, both of us reluctant to go any further. The tunnel ahead seemed to swallow our flashlight beams, the darkness beyond impenetrable. That's when we heard it. The sound of footsteps coming from the tunnel ahead of us. Heavy boots on rock, moving slowly but steadily in our direction. And voices, faint, indistinct murmuring, like multiple people talking at once, too distant to make out the words. We looked at each other, both of us wide-eyed with fear. Neither of us spoke. We didn't need to. As one, we turned and ran back the way we'd come, our footsteps echoing loudly in the confined space. I swear I could feel something behind us, gaining ground, reaching out. Just as we reached the metal door, I felt it again, 3 distinct taps on my shoulder. I screamed and practically dove through the doorway. Chris slammed it shut behind us and leaned against it, breathing hard. "Did you—" I started. "Yeah," he cut me off. "I felt it too, right as we got to the door. We never went back to those tunnels, never talked about what happened down there." But over the next week, the tapping incidents continued throughout the plant. Always the same. 3 distinct taps like someone trying to get your attention, but no one there when you turned around. Always when someone was alone or had their back turned. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. Exactly 2 weeks after Chris first reported being tapped in the break room, the incidents ceased completely. No more footsteps on the catwalk. No more taps on shoulders. Nothing. We never figured out why it started or why it ended. Some of the old-timers at the plant said it happened every few years, a 2-week period of strange occurrences, always in late October, always ending as abruptly as it began. I quit that job 3 months later when I found work at a factory in Lexington. Chris stayed on until the plant finally closed for good in 2013. We still talk occasionally, and neither of us has ever come up with a rational explanation for what happened during those 2 weeks. Sometimes I think about those 7 miners trapped in the darkness beneath the plant. I wonder if, for those 2 weeks each year, the boundary between their world and ours gets a little thinner. Like they're reaching out, trying to make contact, trying to be remembered. Or maybe we just brushed up against something we weren't supposed to, something that's been there all along in the dark, watching and waiting in the depths of that old coal mine. Story 3. I never believed in paranormal stuff. Not really. You know those people who watch ghost hunting shows and roll their eyes the whole time? That was me. I was the skeptic among my friends who were into urban exploration. They'd get all worked up about feeling a presence, and I'd laugh it off. That was before last Tuesday. I've been urban exploring for about 3 years now. Abandoned factories, old houses, that kind of thing. I document everything on my YouTube channel, which has a modest following. Nothing crazy, just a few thousand subscribers who enjoy watching me wander through forgotten places. I try to focus on the history, the architecture, what these buildings meant to the communities they once served. The Westfield Psychiatric Hospital had been on my list for ages. It closed down in the early 90s after a series of scandals, patient abuse, unsafe conditions, the usual horrible stuff that happened in those old asylums. The locals avoid it like the plague. They say it's haunted, but people always say that about abandoned mental hospitals. It's just part of the folklore. The place sits about 20 miles outside town, surrounded by overgrown woods that have practically reclaimed the parking lot. I parked my car about half a mile away on a service road and hiked in, not wanting to draw attention. Urban exploring is technically trespassing after all. It was around 2 in the afternoon when I arrived, perfect lighting for filming. The main building was this massive brick structure with boarded windows and vines crawling up the sides. Classic, creepy asylum vibes. The front entrance was sealed shut with heavy chains, but I found a side door with a broken lock. Standard stuff for these explorations. There's almost always a way in if you look hard enough. The first few hours were pretty routine. Peeling paint, graffiti, debris scattered everywhere. I filmed the patients' rooms, the recreation area, even found the old electroshock therapy room, which was particularly eerie. The whole place smelled like mildew and decay, nothing I wasn't used to. Then I found the stairwell to the basement. Most of these places have basements, but this one was different. The stairs were concrete, worn in the middle from decades of use. Water had pooled at the bottom, and I had to step carefully to avoid soaking my boots. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing a long corridor lined with doors. Small doors. Too small. The basement level was laid out differently than the upper floors. While those had wide hallways with rooms on either side, this was more like a prison block. Narrow corridor, solid doors with small slots at eye level. A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the temperature. I started filming as I moved down the hallway, documenting each cell. That's what they were, cells, not rooms. Each one was maybe 8 by 10 feet, with bare concrete walls and floors. Some had metal frames that might have once held cots. Others were completely empty. All had restraint bolts fixed to the walls or floors. These weren't patient rooms. These were isolation cells. About halfway down the corridor, I noticed something above one of the doors. Someone had carved the words "Help me" into the wall. The letters were rough, desperate, but what made my skin crawl was that they appeared to be smeared over with something dark, reddish-brown. It looked like blood, old blood that had oxidized and darkened over time. I tried telling myself it was just rust or paint, but deep down I knew better. I pushed the door open, and it scraped against the concrete floor with a sound that echoed down the corridor. The cell was similar to the others, but somehow worse. The walls were covered in scratches and names, layered over each other as if people had been fighting for space to be remembered. Some names were neatly printed, others were frantic scribbles. Jacob was here. Margaret, 1987. They won't let me go. Hundreds of them, covering every inch of wall space. In the corner was a metal frame that must have been a cot at some point. Leather restraint straps were still bolted to the floor and wall beside it. They looked old, but not as old as they should have been. The leather wasn't completely rotted away. What really caught my attention were the burn rings on the walls, perfect circles of soot, like someone had held a flame against the surface for a long time. They formed patterns, not random marks, but deliberate arrangements. The floor was stained with something I couldn't identify, dark patches that had soaked into the concrete. And then there were the tally marks. One wall was covered in them, neat vertical lines grouped in fives. They stretched across the entire surface, row after row, but they stopped abruptly mid-row, as if whoever was counting the days just disappeared. I kept filming, panning slowly across the room to capture everything. The restraints, the names, the tallies. My breathing sounded too loud in that small space. I felt like I was trespassing somewhere I really shouldn't be. That's when my flashlight caught something in a crack near the cot. Something white and rectangular, tucked into a fissure in the wall. I reached in and pulled it out. It was a Polaroid photograph, the colors slightly faded but still clear. My heart nearly stopped when I looked at it. The photo showed the exact same cell I was standing in, from the same angle I was filming from. Same burn marks on the wall, same stains on the floor, same restraint straps. It was like someone had been standing exactly where I was now and taken a picture. But the thing that made my blood run cold was the date scrawled at the bottom of the photo in blue pen, 4/12/23. That was last week, just 7 days ago. I checked my phone. No signal, of course. These old buildings with their thick walls never have reception. I looked back at the photo. It had to be fake. Someone was playing a prank. Urban explorers do that sometimes, leave things for the next person to find. But why would someone take a Polaroid? Who even uses those anymore? And how would they know exactly where I would stand? I slipped the photo into my pocket and decided it was time to leave. I'd gotten plenty of footage, and suddenly I didn't feel like being there anymore. I turned toward the door, my flashlight beam swinging across the walls. That's when I noticed something I'd missed when I entered. The inside of the door had fresh scratch marks around the feed slot, the small opening they would use to pass food to whoever was locked inside. Not old scratches like the rest of the cell, but new ones. The metal was shiny where the paint had been scraped away, and on the inside of the door, written in shaky handwriting that looked like it had been done with a fingernail, were the words, "Help me," again. The same message as above the door, but this looked newer, much newer. I backed away, nearly tripping over my own feet. My hand was shaking so badly that the flashlight beam jittered across the walls. I needed to get out. Now! I turned and hurried back up the corridor, not even bothering to film anymore. The cells seemed to stretch on forever, and I could swear some of the doors were slightly ajar now, though I was certain they had all been closed when I came in. My footsteps echoed off the walls as I picked up speed, practically jogging toward the stairwell. The beam of my flashlight bounced wildly ahead of me, creating monstrous shadows that seemed to reach out from the darkness. I was almost at the stairs when I heard it. A soft sound from around the corner. Someone exhaling slowly, deliberately, as if they'd been holding their breath as I passed and couldn't hold it any longer. I didn't look. I didn't stop. I ran. Up the stairs, through the main floor, past all the rooms I'd carefully documented earlier. I didn't slow down until I reached the side door I'd entered through. I burst outside into the late afternoon sunlight, gulping in fresh air like I'd been drowning. My car was where I'd left it, half a mile away. I jogged the whole distance, constantly looking over my shoulder. Nothing followed me, at least nothing I could see. It took me 3 tries to get my key into the ignition because my hands wouldn't stop shaking. I locked all the doors before starting the engine. I drove straight home without stopping. The Polaroid burned in my pocket the whole way. When I finally got home, I pulled it out and stared at it again. The same cell, the same angle, last week's date. I couldn't sleep that night, or the next. I've been going over the footage I shot, looking for anything I might have missed. Most of it is what you'd expect. Empty rooms, graffiti, typical abandoned building stuff, but the basement footage, something's not right about it. In the background, if I turn the volume all the way up, I can hear something. It sounds like whispering, but I was alone down there. At least I thought I was alone. I keep thinking about those scratch marks on the door, the fresh ones, and the Polaroid. Who took that picture? Why was it left there for me to find? I don't know if I believe in ghosts. Even now, I'm trying to find rational explanations. Maybe another explorer was there recently. Maybe they left the photo as a prank. Maybe the scratch marks were from an animal. But deep down, I know better. Something was in that basement with me. Something is still there, counting days that suddenly stop, scratching names into walls, begging for help. I'm never going back to that place. Never. But sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder if I should. If someone is still down there in that tiny cell, waiting for help that never comes. The Polaroid sits on my desk as I type this. I can't bring myself to throw it away. It feels like evidence of something I can't explain. And sometimes when I look at it in just the right light, I swear I can see a shadow in the corner of the cell that wasn't there before. Story 4. I've been wanting to write this down for years, but I've always been too freaked out to relive it. I'm still not sure what happened to me that day in the Boston Mountains, and part of me doesn't want to know, but I need to get this out. It was last October when Ben, Josh, and I decided to do a weekend hiking trip in the Ozark National Forest. We're all experienced hikers and had been planning this trip for months. The Boston Mountains trail system was supposed to be challenging but manageable for our skill level. We'd packed all the essentials: water, protein bars, first aid kit, maps. I thought we were prepared. I was so fucking wrong. Everything started off great. The weather was perfect. Cool but not cold, with that crisp fall air that makes you feel alive. The foliage was incredible, all those reds and golds against the blue sky. We'd been hiking for about 4 hours when things went sideways. We stopped for lunch at this gorgeous overlook. I remember joking around with the guys, taking photos, typical stuff. When we packed up to head out, I stopped to retie my boot while Ben and Josh walked ahead. They were only like 30 feet in front of me, but when I looked up and started following, I hit a fork in the trail I don't remember seeing on the map. I figured they must have gone left because the right path looked less worn. I called out, but didn't hear anything back. No big deal, I thought. I'll catch up to them in a minute. So I headed down the left trail. After about 10 minutes, I realized something was off. The path was getting narrower, and I couldn't hear Ben or Josh ahead of me. I called out again. Nothing. I tried texting, but there was no signal. Still, I wasn't worried yet. We'd agreed to meet at the next waypoint if we got separated, but then I noticed how quiet it had gotten. And I mean quiet. Not the peaceful quiet of nature, but an absence of sound that felt wrong. No birds chirping, no insects buzzing, not even the sound of wind through the trees. Just this oppressive silence that made the hair on my arms stand up. It was like someone had hit mute on the entire forest. I kept walking, thinking I'd catch up to the guys soon, but the trail started to disappear. Not gradually either, it was there, and then suddenly it wasn't. I turned around to go back, but nothing looked familiar. The landmarks I thought I'd memorized weren't there, or they were different somehow. That's when the first wave of panic hit me. I checked my phone again. Still no signal. I pulled out the small trail map I'd printed, but it didn't seem to match where I was at all. There were features marked on the map that I couldn't see, and things around me that weren't on the map. I tried to calm myself down. I've been hiking for years. I know what to do when lost. Stay put, conserve energy, wait for rescue. But something about that silence made me feel like I needed to keep moving, like if I stayed still, something would find me. The worst part was realizing I'd been so confident in following Ben and Josh that I hadn't been drinking enough water. My bottle was already half empty, and my mouth felt like sandpaper. I rationed what I had left, taking tiny sips that did nothing to relieve my thirst. As the afternoon wore on, I could feel myself deteriorating. My head was pounding, my muscles ached from pushing through the increasingly dense underbrush. When I finally had to pee, it came out this dark amber, almost brown color. I knew that was bad. Severe dehydration. I was in serious trouble. The pain in my legs got worse. First, a dull ache, then sharp cramps that made me gasp. I had to stop every few minutes to massage my calves, which were seizing up. Each time I stopped, that unnatural silence seemed to press in closer. I tried shouting for help periodically, but my voice just disappeared into the void. No echo, no response, just gone. And each time I yelled, my throat got drier, my head pounded harder. The sun was getting lower, and I was starting to face the reality that I might be spending the night in the woods alone. The temperature was dropping fast. I only had a light jacket, not nearly enough for an October night in the Ozarks. Then, by some miracle, I stumbled onto a gravel fire road. I nearly cried from relief. But that relief was short-lived when I realized I had no idea which direction would lead me to civilization. Left or right, it was a 50-50 shot, and if I chose wrong, I'd be walking further into nowhere. I picked right, purely on instinct. The gravel hurt my feet through my worn hiking boots, but it was better than fighting through undergrowth. The sun was almost gone now, just a sliver of orange on the horizon. I kept moving, though my body was begging me to stop. That's when the thoughts started. Dark thoughts. What if no one finds me? What if I lie down and never get up? Would someone find my body before the coyotes? I'd heard them howling the night before from our campsite. The thought of ending up as scavenger food made me push forward, even as my vision started to blur. I don't know how long I walked down that road. Time stopped making sense. My world narrowed to just putting one foot in front of the other. Step, pain, step, pain. The darkness was almost complete, and I was using my phone's flashlight to guide my way, knowing the battery wouldn't last long, and then I saw it, a soft yellow glow through the trees. At first I thought I was hallucinating, but as I got closer, I could make out the shape of a building, a large white farmhouse with a wraparound porch. A sign hanging by the driveway read, "Dogwood Hollow Inn." I stumbled toward it, barely able to stay upright. I must have looked like something out of a horror movie. Clothes torn and mud-caked, face scratched from branches, blood dried on my legs from where I'd fallen on rocks. When I reached the porch, the front door opened. A woman stood there, maybe in her 50s, with grey-streaked hair pulled back in a bun. She didn't look shocked to see me, which in my delirious state seemed odd. She didn't rush to help me or ask if I was okay. Instead, she said something that still haunts me. "Would you mind taking a few photos of me with my family before you come in?" I was barely conscious at this point. My legs were giving out and black spots were dancing across my vision, but something made me nod. She handed me an old-fashioned camera, not even digital, one of those film ones. Then she motioned to the porch swing where 3 people were sitting. I hadn't even noticed them before. There was an older man, presumably her husband, and 2 young adults who looked like they might be their children. They were all smiling pleasantly, like this was a normal family photo op, and not some lost, half-dead hiker taking their picture. I remember raising the camera with shaking hands. I think I took the photo, but everything after that is fuzzy. I vaguely recall collapsing, being helped inside, someone holding a glass of water to my lips. The next clear memory I have is waking up on a couch with a park ranger standing over me. Apparently, Ben and Josh had reported me missing when I didn't show up at our rendezvous point. Search parties had been out looking for me most of the night. The rangers said they found me on the porch of an abandoned farmhouse about 2 miles from the main trail. There was no inn, no family, just a derelict building that had been empty for years. When I told them about the woman and her family, about taking their photo, they exchanged looks I couldn't interpret. One of them, an older guy who'd grown up in the area, took me aside later. Hikers wander off trails in these parts of the Ozarks all the time, he said quietly. The topographic maps don't match the land somehow, never have. Locals know it, but tourists don't. Then he leaned closer. When it gets real quiet out there, I mean dead quiet where you can't hear nothing at all, that's when people get lost, and sometimes they don't get found. I never told Ben or Josh the full story. I let them think I'd just gotten lost and was lucky enough to find shelter, but I know what I saw. I know what I experienced. I still have nightmares about that silence, about the woman asking me to take photos when I was clearly in distress. Sometimes I wonder if taking that photo is what saved me. Like some kind of exchange, a service for a service. I've done research since then. Turns out there are legends about the Boston Mountains, stories about hikers disappearing, about the land itself changing to confuse travelers. Some say time works differently in certain parts of the forest. I don't know what to believe anymore. All I know is I'll never set foot in the Ozarks again. And whenever I'm hiking now and the woods go quiet, I turn around and get the hell out of there. The rangers never found my backpack with all my gear. And the strangest thing, when they checked my phone, which they found in my pocket, there were no photos from that entire day. Every picture I'd taken, gone. Like that whole day had been erased, except for the memories I can't shake. I still wonder about that family and what would have happened if I hadn't taken their photo. Would I have been one of those hikers who never made it out? One of those stories local rangers tell to warn others? I don't have answers, just this lingering feeling that something impossible happened to me in those woods, something I'll never understand, and maybe that's for the best. Story 5. I still get chills thinking about it. It's been almost 20 years, but I remember it, like it happened yesterday. Some things just stick with you, you know, especially when you're a kid and your whole world gets turned upside down. When I was 12, my family went through what I can only describe as hell. We were living in New York at the time, in a decent neighborhood with good schools. I had friends, a routine, everything a kid needs. Then it happened, this traumatic event that I still have trouble talking about even now. I won't go into all the details, but it was bad enough that my parents decided we needed to leave everything behind and start fresh somewhere else. That somewhere else turned out to be Marietta, Georgia. The move itself was stressful enough, but what made everything 10 times worse was that my father had suffered a serious brain injury around the same time. He wasn't the same person anymore. He had trouble remembering things, would get confused easily, and his personality had changed. Sometimes he'd just stare into space for minutes at a time, or he'd get unreasonably angry over little things. The apartment we moved into was small, just 1 bedroom with a living room, kitchen and bathroom. My parents took the bedroom, of course, and I was set up in the living room. It wasn't ideal, but we were just trying to survive at that point. Money was tight because my dad couldn't work like he used to, and my mom was stretched thin, taking care of both of us while working extra hours. About 2 months after we moved in, I started to notice something wasn't right about our new place. It's hard to explain, but there was this heaviness in the air sometimes, like when you can feel a thunderstorm coming. I'd get these random chills even though it was summer in Georgia and hot as hell. One particular night in August stands out in my memory. I was exhausted from helping my mom unpack some boxes we still hadn't gotten to. 2 months later, and we were still living out of boxes. It was probably around 11 at night, and I just wanted to crash on my pull-out couch and sleep. But my dad was having one of his bad nights. He was sitting in the living room with the TV blaring, flipping through channels every few seconds. He couldn't seem to focus on anything, and the constant changing of the volume and light was making it impossible for me to fall asleep. After trying to ignore it for about an hour, I finally gave up. I told him I was going to lie down in their bedroom for a bit, hoping he'd get the hint that I needed sleep. He just nodded without really looking at me. My parents' bedroom was at the end of a short hallway. It wasn't anything special, just a queen-sized bed, 2 mismatched nightstands, and a walk-in closet. The closet was perpendicular to the bed, positioned so that when you're lying down, you can see right into it if the door is open. That night, the closet door was wide open. The bedroom itself was dark. The only light was coming from the hallway, which cast long shadows across the floor. But the closet was darker somehow, like it wasn't just an absence of light, but something that actively consumed it. I lay down on my parents' bed, too tired to even pull back the covers. I was just hoping to get maybe an hour of sleep before my dad calmed down enough for me to go back to my couch. I remember staring up at the ceiling, listening to the muffled sound of the TV changing channels in the living room, when something caught my eye. There was movement in the closet. At first, I thought it was just my tired eyes playing tricks on me, or maybe a shadow from the TV flickering down the hallway. But when I focused on it, I realized with a sickening certainty that what I was seeing was actually there. In the darkness of the closet, there was something even darker. A figure, like a silhouette, but 3-dimensional somehow. It had broad shoulders, unnaturally broad, like someone wearing football pads, and it seemed to be wearing what looked like a long coat, like a trench coat that hung down. On its head was what appeared to be a hat, not like a baseball cap, but one of those old-fashioned gangster hats from the 1920s movies with a wide brim. What made it so terrifying wasn't just that it was there, but how it moved. It wasn't walking or stepping, it was jumping, I guess, but in a weird, jerky way, left and right, back and forth. Not like someone pacing, but more like someone doing a bizarre, silent dance. And the whole time, it stayed in the closet, never coming out into the room. The worst part, the detail that still haunts me to this day, is that it had no feet. The dark figure just ended abruptly, where feet should be. It wasn't floating. It was definitely connected to the ground somehow, but there were no feet visible at all. I remember feeling my heart practically stop in my chest. My whole body went cold, and I couldn't move. I couldn't even blink. I just lay there, frozen, watching this impossible thing move in our closet. I tried to tell myself it was just a trick of the light, just my imagination, just exhaustion making me see things. But it kept moving, kept doing that strange jumping motion, completely indifferent to my presence or my fear. I don't know how long I lay there paralyzed. It could have been seconds or minutes. Time seemed to stretch and warp. Finally, some survival instinct kicked in, and I managed to move. I didn't scream. I couldn't scream. My throat felt like it was closed up tight. But I did manage to slide off the bed, keeping my eyes on the figure the whole time. Once my feet hit the floor, I ran. I ran like I've never run before or since. Down the short hallway, into the living room where my father was still sitting in front of the flickering TV. I skidded to a stop in front of him, my chest heaving, trying to force words out. But when I got to him, something even more terrifying happened. I couldn't speak. It wasn't just fear now. It was like something was physically preventing me from talking. My mouth opened and closed, but no sound came out. My dad looked up at me, and I'll never forget the expression on his face. It wasn't confusion or concern. It was recognition. He looked at me for a long moment, then said quietly but clearly, "I know. I see it too." Those 5 words hit me like a bucket of ice water, because if he saw it too, then it wasn't just in my head. It wasn't just a kid's overactive imagination or the result of stress and exhaustion. It was real. Whatever that thing was, it was really there. My dad muted the TV and got up slowly. He didn't seem scared exactly, more resigned, like he'd been expecting this. He put his hand on my shoulder and guided me to sit down on the couch. Then he went to the bookshelf, where he kept a Bible that his mother had given him years ago. I remember it was worn and had his name embossed in gold on the cover. He brought the Bible back to the couch and sat down next to me. Then, in a low, steady voice, he started reading passages from it. I don't remember which ones exactly. My religious education was pretty minimal, but they were definitely the kind meant to ward off evil. As he read, I kept glancing down the hallway, terrified that the figure would emerge from the bedroom, but it never did. After about 20 minutes of reading, my dad closed the Bible and just sat there silently for a while, staring at nothing in particular. Finally, he turned to me and said something that makes my skin crawl even now. I saw it before, a few weeks before the accident. The accident was how we referred to the traumatic event that had led to our move and his brain injury. He'd never mentioned seeing anything strange before that night. "What do you mean?" I asked, finding my voice at last. "Same figure, same hat, same coat, no feet. I saw it in our apartment in New York, in our bedroom closet there too. I thought I was just tired, stressed about work, but then everything happened." He went on to tell me that in our family there had always been talk of a curse. His grandmother used to say that our family was marked somehow, that misfortune followed us. He'd always dismissed it as old country superstition until he saw the figure. And then just weeks later, the accident happened. "Is it following us?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He shrugged, but it wasn't a dismissive gesture. It was the shrug of someone who genuinely didn't know. "Maybe. Or maybe it's just connected to us somehow, to our pain." That was the most unsettling possibility, that this dark entity wasn't some external ghost or demon, but something manifestation of our own suffering. The thought that our pain and fear could take physical form and haunt us was somehow worse than the idea of a supernatural being. We stayed up the rest of the night, neither of us willing to go back to that bedroom. When my mum came home from her night shift around 6 in the morning, she found us both passed out on the living room couch, the Bible still open on my dad's lap. We never told her what we saw. She had enough to worry about. The figure appeared 2 more times after that night. Once, about a week later, again in the bedroom closet. And then a final time, about a month after that, in the corner of the living room where we'd stacked some boxes. Each time, my father would get out the Bible and read from it, his voice never wavering, despite the fear I knew he felt. After that 3rd appearance, we never saw it again. Whether it was the Bible readings that drove it away, or it just decided we'd suffered enough, I don't know. We stayed in that apartment for another year before moving to a slightly bigger place across town. My father passed away 5 years ago from complications related to his brain injury. In his final weeks, when the medications had him drifting in and out of lucidity, he mentioned the figure again. "It's waiting," he said. "Not for me, but it's waiting." I don't know what he meant by that. I've never seen the figure since those 3 encounters in our Marietta apartment. But sometimes, even now, I catch myself avoiding open closet doors at night. And whenever I'm going through a particularly difficult time, I find myself glancing over my shoulder more often, half expecting to see a dark silhouette with broad shoulders and no feet, wearing a trench coat and a gangster hat, doing that strange, jerky dance. Some nights I still pull out a Bible and read from it, just in case. Story 6, I've never been one to put much stock in dreams. They come, they go, sometimes they're weird, sometimes they're pleasant. But ultimately they fade away like morning mist, or at least that's what I always believed until about 3 weeks ago. Now I'm sitting here at 4 in the morning, afraid to go back to sleep, with the lights on in my apartment like some scared kid. I keep telling myself it's just dreams, just my brain processing random garbage. But something about these particular dreams feels different, wrong somehow. I need to get this out of my system, so maybe writing it down will help. If anyone has experienced anything similar or has any insight, I'd appreciate it, because I'm starting to feel like I'm losing my mind. It started with what I now call the sheet dream. I was asleep in my bed with my wife beside me. We were under this thin white bed sheet, just a regular sheet, nothing special about it. In the dream, I suddenly woke up, still dreaming, but awake in the dream, if that makes sense. I immediately noticed my wife wasn't fully under the sheet anymore. Her upper body was exposed, and she was sitting up slightly, her head tilted toward the ceiling, talking. The weird thing was, I couldn't see who she was talking to, but I could tell someone or something was on the roof above us. I couldn't hear the other voice, just hers, murmuring responses to questions I couldn't hear. Her voice sounded different too, not drastically, but just off. A bit flatter, maybe. The way she was positioned was strange too, like her neck was craned at an uncomfortable angle. What happened next still makes my skin crawl. I remember feeling a surge of frustration mixed with absolute terror, and I said to her, "How many times have I told you not to take your face out of the bedsheet?" The way I said it implied this was something that had happened before, something I'd warned her about repeatedly. The truly terrifying part was that I understood, within the dream, that the sheet was somehow protecting us. From what? I don't know. But I knew with bone-deep certainty that being under that sheet was essential for our safety. I yanked her back under the sheet with me, pulling it over both our heads. That's when I actually woke up for real. I was drenched in sweat, heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The terror was so intense that I couldn't move. I mean, literally could not make myself move a muscle. I kept my eyes squeezed shut, afraid of what I might see if I opened them. I stayed that way until the first rays of morning light filtered through my bedroom window. Only then did I feel safe enough to open my eyes and get out of bed. The day after, I tried to shake it off. Just a nightmare, I told myself. I didn't even mention it to my wife. I'm not actually married in real life, by the way. That was just in the dream, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. The phrase kept replaying in my head. How many times have I told you not to take your face out of the bedsheet? It implied there was something dangerous about exposing yourself, about being seen by whatever was up there. I thought that would be the end of it. One creepy nightmare, no big deal. But 3 nights later, I had the second dream. This one started off innocently enough. I was visiting a friend who had recently gotten married. I don't actually have a friend who recently got married, another dream invention. But in the dream, it felt completely normal. I was sitting in their living room chatting when something strange happened. The dream perspective shifted. Suddenly I wasn't me anymore. I was seeing through the eyes of my friend's husband. He, or I, since I was experiencing it as him, was in the kitchen making tea or coffee. I could hear the kettle whistling, feel the warm mug in my hands. That's when I heard his wife talking in the other room. At first it sounded like a normal conversation, but then I realized something was off. The cadence was strange, the tone unnatural. She was responding to questions or statements with pauses in between, but there was no one else in the house. Just like in the first dream, I couldn't hear the other side of the conversation. As the husband, I felt a growing sense of dread. Something was wrong. Her voice kept getting more distant, more hollow, like she was slipping away somehow. I put down the mug and slowly walked toward the living room. The feeling of wrongness intensified with each step. I remember thinking, who is she talking to? And feeling certain I wouldn't like the answer. Just as I reached the doorway to the living room, just before I could see who or what she was speaking to, I woke up. This time, I sat bolt upright in bed, gasping for air like I'd been underwater. It was 2 a.m, and there was no way I was going back to sleep. What bothers me most about these dreams is that in both cases, I wasn't the one directly affected by whatever was happening. In the first dream, it was my wife who was communicating with the unseen presence. In the second, it was my friend's wife. But the terror I felt was so real, so visceral. It wasn't just the normal fear you feel in a nightmare. It was deeper, more primal, like I'd glimpsed something I wasn't supposed to see. Since these dreams, I've been struggling to sleep properly. I find myself fighting to stay awake until I literally can't anymore, because I'm afraid of what might be waiting for me when I close my eyes. When I do sleep, I wake up throughout the night, checking my surroundings, half expecting to see something in the corners of my room. I've started researching dream interpretation, looking into spiritual meanings, psychological explanations, anything that might help me understand what's happening. Some sources suggest dreams about sheets or coverings represent protection or hiding from something. Others say that dreams where you're someone else might indicate empathy or connection to others' suffering, but none of that explains the specific pattern or the intensity of these experiences. The worst part is the lingering feeling that these dreams are trying to tell me something, that they're warnings of some kind. But warnings about what? I don't have a wife who might start talking to ceiling entities. I don't have friends whose spouses might be communicating with invisible presences. So what am I supposed to do with this information? Last night, I actually caught myself checking that my blanket was covering me completely before I tried to sleep. I laughed at myself, but I still made sure I was fully covered, just in case. I've started noticing other things too. When I'm alone in my apartment, I sometimes think I hear murmuring, like distant conversation. It's probably just neighbors or street noise, but it makes me freeze every time. I find myself straining to hear if there's a pattern to it, if it's responding to something I can't hear. My apartment has always had those normal house-settling noises, but now every creak from above makes me think of something moving on the roof. I catch myself looking up, wondering if there's something up there that wants to be acknowledged, that wants to be spoken to. I know how this sounds. Believe me, I do. I've always considered myself a rational person. I don't believe in ghosts or supernatural entities, or at least I didn't. But these dreams have shaken me in a way I can't fully explain. They've created this persistent feeling of wrongness that follows me even in my waking hours. What if there really is something out there that wants to communicate? What if the sheet in my dream really was protecting me from something? What if that something is real? I keep coming back to that phrase. How many times have I told you not to take your face out of the bedsheet? It suggests there's a rule, a boundary that shouldn't be crossed. But who made that rule? And what happens when you break it? I'm trying to convince myself that this is just my imagination running wild, that stress or some other factor is causing these vivid nightmares. But part of me wonders if there's more to it. If these dreams are tapping into something real, something beyond my understanding. I haven't had another dream like those two since, but I can't shake the feeling that they're not over. That whatever was trying to reach those women in my dreams might try to reach me next, and I don't know what I'll do if it does. For now, I'm just trying to get through each night, telling myself it's just dreams, just my brain playing tricks on me, but I find myself listening more carefully to the sounds around me. watching the shadows in my room more closely and making sure, always making sure, that I'm completely covered when I sleep. I don't know what any of this means. I don't know if I'm losing my mind or if I've somehow glimpsed something that most people never see. All I know is that I'm afraid to close my eyes now, afraid of what might be waiting for me in my dreams, or worse, what might be watching me while I sleep. Story 7. It's been almost a month since Elaine, my mother-in-law, passed away after her 2-year battle with cancer. We were close, closer than most people are with their in-laws. She was like a second mom to me, always checking in, always making sure I was taking care of myself, not just her daughter. The kind of person who'd remember your favorite cookie and have a batch waiting whenever you visited. I'm not the type who believes in ghosts. I've always been pretty skeptical about paranormal stuff. I'm the guy friends laugh at during horror movies, because I'm always pointing out how fake everything is. But what happened after Elaine died has shaken my entire belief system. For about a week after she passed, I could feel her around, not in a scary way. I never saw her, or heard her voice, or anything like that. It was more like, you know, when you feel someone's watching you, but in a protective way. Like when you're a kid and you know your mum is keeping an eye on you from the kitchen while you play in the living room. That kind of feeling. Sometimes I'd be washing dishes and feel like she was just behind me, or I'd be driving and sense her in the passenger seat. It sounds crazy writing it out like this, but it wasn't frightening at all. It was comforting, like she was checking in on us, making sure we were holding up okay without her, making sure her daughter was coping with the loss. It felt exactly like her energy, warm, caring, protective. My girlfriend felt it too, though we didn't talk about it much at first. She'd sometimes say things like, "Mom would have loved this show," and then look toward the empty armchair where Elaine used to sit when she visited. There was always this pause afterward, this moment where we both seemed to acknowledge that somehow, weirdly, Elaine might actually be sitting there. After about a week, the feeling started to fade. By the 10th day after her passing, I couldn't feel her presence anymore. It was like she had finally moved on, maybe realizing we were going to be okay. My girlfriend noticed it too. "I don't feel Mum anymore," she said one morning while we were having coffee. "I think she's at peace now." We both teared up a bit, but it felt like a natural progression, like the final stage of saying goodbye. That should have been the end of it, a comforting farewell from someone who loved us, a gentle transition. But what happened 2 nights later still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. I'd been at my girlfriend's house, the house she'd grown up in, where Elaine had lived until she got too sick and needed hospice care. We'd had dinner, watched some TV, normal stuff, nothing weird or emotional that night. Around 11:30, I decided to head home since I had an early meeting the next day. It was a clear night, a little chilly for spring. The neighborhood is nice. Suburban, lots of similar-looking houses with neat yards, the kind of place where people still feel safe enough to leave their garage doors open sometimes. My car was parked on the street, about 3 houses down from my girlfriend's place. I remember feeling tired but okay as I walked to my car, just thinking about what I needed to prep for my meeting. When I got to my car, I pressed the unlock button on my key fob. The headlights flashed as they always do when the car unlocks, and that's when I saw her, standing in the neighbor's empty parking space, maybe 20 feet away, was this woman. But calling her a woman doesn't really capture how wrong she looked. She was old, really old, with this mass of bright red curly hair that looked completely unnatural, like a clown wig. Her face was round and fleshy, with features that seemed too small for how fat her face was. She was wearing this huge red gown with little white polka dots all over it. The dress was old-fashioned, like something from the 50s or 60s, and it billowed out around her oversized body. But the worst part was how she was looking at me, just staring, not moving, not saying anything, just watching me with these small, dark eyes that seemed to be taking in everything about me. I froze with my hand still on the door handle. My first thought was actually pretty practical. I wondered if she was confused or lost, maybe someone's grandma with dementia who had wandered out at night. But there was something about the stillness of her, the intentional way she was watching me, that immediately set off alarm bells in my head. I blinked, just a normal blink, and when my eyes opened again, she was gone, completely vanished. There was nowhere she could have gone in that split second. No way someone that size, in that outfit, could have moved so quickly and silently. I stood there for what felt like forever, staring at the empty space where she had been. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I looked up and down the street. Nothing. Looked between the cars, toward the houses. Nothing. It was like she had never been there at all. I almost ran back to my girlfriend's house. But then I felt stupid. I was a grown man. Scared of what? An old lady who was probably just a neighbor I hadn't seen before. Maybe she ducked behind a car or walked around the corner of the house. There had to be a logical explanation. So I got in my car, locked the doors immediately, and sat there for a minute trying to calm down. I remember my hands were shaking as I put the key in the ignition. I felt ridiculous for being so scared. But I couldn't shake the feeling that what I'd just seen wasn't normal. As I drove home, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just a weird neighbor. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me because I was tired. Maybe it was just a coincidence that I saw a strange old woman right after I stopped feeling Elaine's presence. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. The woman in red gave off a completely different energy than what I'd felt from Elaine. Where Elaine's presence had been warm and comforting, this woman felt hungry. That's the only word I can think of to describe it. Like she was consuming me with her eyes, taking something from me just by looking. When I got home, I didn't tell my girlfriend about it. I didn't want to freak her out, especially when she was still grieving her mom. But I couldn't sleep that night. I kept seeing the woman's face whenever I closed my eyes. Those small, dark eyes in that pale, puffy face, the unnatural red curls. The next morning, I convinced myself I'd overreacted. Stress and grief can do weird things to your mind, right? I went about my day, had my meeting, tried to focus on work. But that evening, I found myself asking my girlfriend casual questions about her neighbors. That house 3 doors down, who lives there again? She told me it was an older couple in their 70s. The husband was a retired teacher. The wife worked part-time at a garden center. No one else, no relatives staying with them. No, just the 2 of them and their cat. I tried to be subtle, asking if anyone in the neighborhood had bright red hair. She laughed and said, no, most of the neighbors were older folks with gray hair or dyed normal colors. No one matching my description at all. I almost told her then. But again, something held me back. It felt like telling her would make it more real somehow, and I wasn't ready for that. That night, I stayed over. I couldn't bear the thought of walking to my car alone again. The next night, too, and the night after that. I started making excuses to arrive at her house before sunset and leave after sunrise. About a week after the incident, I finally worked up the courage to tell my girlfriend what I'd seen. I expected her to laugh it off or look concerned about my mental health. Instead, her face went pale. My mom used to have night terrors about a woman like that, she said quietly. A fat woman in a red polka dot dress with red curly hair. She said the woman would stand at the foot of her bed sometimes, just watching her. I felt like someone had dumped ice water down my back. You never told me that. It was just a recurring nightmare she had. She didn't talk about it much because it freaked her out so bad. The last time she mentioned it was right before she got her cancer diagnosis. She said the woman had come back in her dreams. We sat in silence for a long time after that. What could we say? That somehow I had seen my girlfriend's mother's nightmare come to life. That this, whatever it was, had shown up right after Elaine's comforting presence had disappeared. It's been 3 weeks since I saw the woman in red, and nothing else has happened. No more sightings, no strange feelings. I've started driving to my girlfriend's house again without feeling panicked. But I can't shake the feeling that there was a connection, that somehow, when Elaine's protective presence left us, it created an opening for something else. Something that had haunted her in life and was now turning its attention to the people she'd left behind. I still don't know what I saw that night. I don't know if it was real or just some weird manifestation of grief. All I know is that the contrast between the warm, loving presence I felt from Elaine and the cold, hungry stare of that woman in red has changed something fundamental in how I see the world. Sometimes I find myself looking over my shoulder when I'm walking to my car at night, and sometimes, just sometimes, I whisper to Elaine, asking her to come back and keep watch over us again. Story 8. I've never told this story online before, but it's been eating away at me for years. When something this strange happens, you either try to rationalize it away or accept that there are things in this world beyond our understanding. I'm still not sure which path I've taken. My parents split up when I was around 10. It was messy, like most divorces, I guess. My mom got custody and my dad, well, he just sort of faded from my life. Not completely. Birthday cards, occasional phone calls, but definitely not the father-son relationship I'd hoped for. When I turned 18, I decided to reach out properly. I was heading to university soon, becoming my own person, and I wanted to reconnect with the man who was half responsible for my existence. To my surprise, he responded enthusiastically. Turned out my dad had been living in Thailand for the past 5 years. He'd met a Thai woman named Kaisorn, and they'd built a life together in Buriram province. When he suggested I come visit during the summer before university, I jumped at the chance. Free holiday in Thailand. Yes, please. Chance to reconnect with my estranged father. That too, I guess. So there I was, 18 years old, jet-lagged and culture-shocked, trying to navigate the complicated relationship with my father while experiencing Thailand for the first time. Dad and Kaisorn were gracious hosts, showing me around, introducing me to authentic Thai cuisine, which nearly burned my Western palate to cinders, and planning day trips to local attractions. About a week into my stay, Kaisorn suggested we visit Wat Ban Rai, a temple not far from where they lived. Dad had some business to attend to, so it would just be me and Kaisorn. I was happy to go. I'd seen photos of Thai temples with their ornate decorations and vibrant colors, and this one looked particularly spectacular. The day was sweltering, the kind of heat that makes you feel like you're swimming rather than walking. We arrived at Wat Ban Rai around midday. The temple was stunning, built on a small island in the middle of a lake, with a massive elephant structure as its centerpiece. The whole place was decorated with colorful mosaics depicting Buddhist teachings and Thai folklore. Kaisorn explained that she needed to make some offerings and say prayers. As she hadn't visited in several months, she asked if I'd be okay waiting for her, and I assured her I'd be fine exploring on my own. She gave me that gentle smile of hers and disappeared into the main temple hall. I wandered around for a bit, taking photos and soaking in the atmosphere. There weren't many tourists, mostly local worshippers. Eventually I found a quiet spot to sit down, a stone bench under the shade of a large tree near one of the smaller shrines. The heat was getting to me and I needed a break. I must have been sitting there for only 5 minutes when a young monk approached. He couldn't have been much older than me, maybe early 20s. He wore the traditional saffron robes, his head completely shaved. What struck me immediately was his calm demeanor. He moved like he was floating rather than walking. Without asking, he sat down beside me. I nodded politely, not sure of the etiquette for interacting with Buddhist monks. He smiled and, to my surprise, spoke in broken English. "You are not from here," he said. Not a question, but an observation. "No," I replied, "I'm from England, visiting my father." He nodded slowly, his eyes never leaving my face. It should have felt intrusive, but somehow it didn't. "You carry much weight," he said. I assumed he meant my backpack. "Oh, it's not too bad, just water and my camera." He shook his head. "Not this," he gestured to my backpack. Here. He pointed to my chest, right where my heart would be. I didn't know how to respond to that. Was he talking about my complicated feelings about my dad? How could he possibly know? The world you see is not the only world, he continued, his voice still soft, but somehow more intense. Many layers like... He struggled to find the word. Like fabric on top of fabric. I nodded, pretending to understand. Some people they can see through, some people they attract attention from other layers. The conversation was getting weird, but I didn't want to be rude. Right, I said vaguely. The devil wears many faces, he said suddenly, his English becoming clearer. Make sure he doesn't wear yours. A chill ran down my spine despite the heat. The way he said it wasn't threatening, more like a genuine warning, like someone telling you to watch out for pickpockets in a crowded area. I don't understand, I admitted. You will, he replied, when you see them. Before I could ask who them was, he stood up. Be careful on your journey. Not all who watch mean well. With that, he walked away, disappearing behind one of the shrine buildings. I sat there, feeling unsettled but not exactly scared, more confused than anything. A few minutes later, Kizorn returned, looking refreshed and happy. Sorry I took so long, she said. I hope you weren't too bored waiting. How long were you gone? I asked. About 20 minutes, she replied, checking her watch. Maybe a bit longer. That couldn't be right. It felt like I'd only been sitting there for 5 minutes at most, including my bizarre conversation with the young monk. I met a monk, I told her. He sat with me for a bit, spoke English. Kizorn looked pleased. That's good luck. What did he say? I hesitated. It was strange. Something about devils wearing faces and different layers of the world. Her expression changed subtly, a flicker of something, concern, recognition, crossing her features before she smiled again. Monks often speak in riddles and metaphors. It's their way of teaching. I nodded, not entirely convinced. He seemed to know things about me. They're very intuitive, she said, a bit too quickly. Should we continue the tour? We spent another hour exploring the temple complex. The whole time, I kept an eye out for the young monk, but he was nowhere to be seen. As we were making our way back toward the entrance, preparing to leave, something caught my eye. At first, I thought it was a reflection from someone's camera or phone, a quick flash of light near one of the stupas, but when I focused on it, I realized it wasn't a reflection at all. It was, I don't even know how to describe it properly, like a bubble, but metallic, with swirling colors on its surface. It hovered about 5 feet off the ground, perfectly round and about the size of a tennis ball. I blinked, thinking it must be a trick of the light or my eyes playing tricks in the heat, but it was still there, and then I noticed another one closer to the main temple, and another by the elephant statue. They were floating, but not in a gentle, drifting way. They vibrated, like they were moving extremely fast, but staying in roughly the same spot. As I watched, one disappeared completely, only to reappear a few feet away. Kizorn, I said, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. What are those? What are what? She asked, following my gaze. Those sphere things. By the temple. There's 3 or 4 of them. Kizorn stared in the direction I was pointing. I don't see anything. Just the temple. They're right there, I insisted, pointing more specifically, like shiny bubbles or something. She shook her head. The heat can play tricks on you. Maybe you're getting sunstroke. We should go. I knew I wasn't hallucinating, but I also didn't want to argue. Can you take a photo of the temple for me? My camera's better than my phone. She seemed relieved by the change of subject and took my camera. I watched as she framed the shot, capturing the area where I could clearly see at least 2 of the strange orbs floating. When she handed the camera back, I immediately checked the photo. What I saw made my stomach drop. The orbs were there in the image. Not just the 2 or 3 I'd seen with my naked eye, but dozens of them scattered all around the temple complex. They looked even stranger in the photo, more defined, with what appeared to be patterns or symbols on their surfaces. "Kaizon, look," I said, turning the camera to show her. "They're in the picture." She glanced at the screen, and her face went pale. She quickly looked away. "We should go now," she said firmly. "But what are they? You can see them in the photo, right?" "I need to get back," she said, already walking toward the exit. Kisorn is tired. She'd never referred to herself in the third person before. I hurried after her, still clutching my camera. "Are they spirits or something? Ghosts?" "We don't talk about such things," she said, her voice tight. "It's disrespectful." The drive back to their house was tense and quiet. I tried a few more times to bring up what I'd seen, but Kisorn shut me down each time. When we got home, she immediately went to talk to my father in Thai, too fast for me to catch any words I might have recognized. Later that evening, I showed my dad the photo. He squinted at it, then shrugged. "Just lens flare or dust particles, mate. Digital cameras pick up all sorts of weird stuff." But I knew what I'd seen, both with my eyes and in the photo. Those weren't dust particles or lens flares. They were something else entirely. I tried researching online, looking up Thai spirits, temple phenomena, anything that might explain what I'd witnessed. I found some references to orbs in paranormal literature, but nothing that matched exactly what I'd seen. The strangest part? The more I thought about it, the more I realized that the monk's warning seemed directly connected to those orbs. "When you see them," he'd said, like he knew I would. I still have that photo. I've shown it to a few close friends over the years, and their reactions have ranged from fascination to dismissal. One friend who's into photography tried to convince me it was just a technical glitch. Another suggested it might be evidence of something paranormal. As for me, I don't know what to believe. Was it a glimpse into another dimension, as the monks seemed to suggest? Disembodied spirits? Or just a strange optical phenomenon combined with an overactive imagination? All I know is that Kaison never spoke about that day again, and whenever I brought up Wat Ban Rai during the rest of my stay, she would find a reason to change the subject. My dad eventually told me, in private, that such temples were deeply spiritual places and that Kaizorn was superstitious about certain things. The monk's warning still echoes in my mind sometimes. The devil wears many faces. Make sure he doesn't wear yours. I don't know what he meant, but I can't shake the feeling that he was trying to protect me from something connected to those metallic orbs that vibrated between existence and non-existence. I'm still not sure if I want to know the truth. Some mysteries might be better left unsolved. Story 9. It's been 3 years since it happened, but I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about it. I've gone back and forth about posting this online, but I need to tell someone who might understand or have experienced something similar. I don't talk about this with friends or family because they'd think I'm crazy or making it up for attention. 10 years ago, my uncle died suddenly during a vacation in Egypt. He and my aunt were on a cruise ship, preparing to go snorkeling in what should have been a perfect day. According to my aunt, one minute they were laughing and getting their gear ready, and the next he just changed. Without saying a word, he walked away from her, went to the edge of the boat, and jumped into the water. By the time the crew reached him, it was too late. The autopsy showed he had suffered a massive heart attack, but he also had water in his lungs. The doctors couldn't determine which came first. Did he have a heart attack and then drown, or did he start drowning, which triggered the heart attack? My aunt was completely devastated. I've never seen grief consume someone like that. For years after, she was on heavy antidepressants. Her face was always raw and puffy from constant crying. Every family gathering became a reminder of his empty chair. We all walked on eggshells around her, afraid that mentioning him would send her spiraling back into the darkest depths of her grief. Eventually, she learned to function again, but there's always been this hollow look in her eyes. 3 years ago, I had what I initially thought was just an intense dream. I went to bed like any normal night, nothing special about it. No drinking, no medications, nothing that would explain what happened next. I found myself standing in a strange corridor that I didn't recognize. The walls were a dull grey color, not quite concrete, but not quite anything I could identify either. There was a weird quality to the light, no visible source, just a dim illumination that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The air felt thick, almost humid, but not in a natural way. It felt like trying to breathe through a wet cloth. At the far end of this corridor was a set of double doors that swayed slightly, as if caught in a breeze, though I couldn't feel any air movement. Beyond these doors was an intensely bright light, not blinding, but definitely not normal either. What struck me immediately was that I wasn't alone. There were people, hundreds of them, walking slowly through this corridor toward the doors. But something was wrong with their movement. They would walk forward toward the light, almost reach the doors, and then suddenly appear back at the beginning of the corridor, like someone had pressed rewind on a videotape. Over and over and over again, these souls were stuck in this bizarre loop, never making progress, never reaching whatever was beyond those doors. I stood there, paralyzed with confusion, when suddenly I spotted a familiar figure among the procession, my uncle. He looked exactly as I remembered him, the same kind eyes, the same slightly crooked smile. But when he saw me, his expression changed to one of complete shock and devastation. He broke away from the procession of souls, moving toward me with purpose, while the others continued their futile march. When he reached me, he grabbed my shoulders with an urgency I'd never seen in him when he was alive. His grip was firm but not painful. His eyes were filled with tears that streamed down his face. "You have to help me," he said, his voice cracking with emotion. "I don't belong here. This isn't right." I couldn't understand what was happening. Was this really my uncle's spirit? Was I somehow communicating with the dead? "Uncle," was all I could manage to say. "Listen to me," he continued, glancing nervously over his shoulder at the procession. "You need to tell your aunt something. Tell her I love her more than anything. Tell her I miss her every second. Tell her I didn't mean to leave her like that." I nodded, still trying to process what was happening. "What is this place?" I asked, gesturing to the corridor and the endless procession. "What's behind those doors?" His face changed instantly, anger flashing across his features. "You're not supposed to know that," he snapped. "You're not supposed to be here at all. How did you get here?" Before I could answer, something changed in the atmosphere. The already dim light seemed to darken further, and the air grew even heavier. A cold sensation washed over me, raising goosebumps across my skin. Between us suddenly appeared what I can only describe as a grey shadow entity. It had no distinct features, just a vaguely humanoid shape that seemed to absorb what little light there was. There was something unmistakably demonic about its presence, not in a cartoonish way with horns and a pitchfork, but in a primal, instinctual way that made every cell in my body scream with terror. This thing moved with impossible speed. One moment it was between us, the next it had violently thrown me aside. I hit the floor hard, the impact knocking the wind out of my lungs. The entity hovered over me, and though it had no visible mouth, I heard its voice clearly in my head. It wasn't speaking to me so much as forcing its thoughts into my mind. "How did you access this place?" The voice boomed inside my skull, causing immediate pain. "Who let you in? You are not dead. You do not belong here." I couldn't respond. My throat had closed up with fear, and all I could do was stare up at this thing in absolute terror. "You must pay for witnessing this," it continued, the voice growing louder until I thought my head would split open. "The living cannot know what lies beyond." In the background, I could see my uncle trying to reach me, but other shadow entities had appeared and were holding him back. The look of desperation on his face is something I'll never forget. The entity hovering over me seemed to grow larger, expanding until it filled my entire field of vision. I felt myself being lifted off the ground, not physically, but as if gravity itself had reversed. Then, with a force that felt like being hit by a truck, I was thrown, not into a wall or the floor, but through reality itself. I landed in what I can only describe as a marsh. Dark, putrid water surrounded me, and thick mud pulled at my limbs. I thrashed in panic, trying to find solid ground, but there was none. The mud seemed almost alive, grabbing at me, pulling me down with deliberate malice. It rose quickly, to my waist, my chest, my neck. I fought desperately, using every ounce of strength I had to keep my head above the surface. The mud filled my mouth when I tried to scream, coating my tongue with a taste so foul I retched. Just as the mud reached my eyes and I was certain I would die, a small, perfectly round window appeared in the air above me. With the last of my strength, I reached for it, my fingers scraping the edge. I pulled myself toward it, feeling my body being compressed as I squeezed through an opening that seemed impossibly small. I woke up in my bed, shooting upright with such force that I nearly fell to the floor. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, and I was drenched in sweat. The worst migraine of my life hit me immediately. Blinding pain that made me vomit over the side of my bed. For 3 days afterward, I couldn't function. The migraine wouldn't subside, and I had moments where I swore I could still taste that putrid mud. Bright lights were unbearable, and sound seemed amplified to painful levels. Doctors found nothing wrong with me, chalking it up to a particularly bad migraine attack. When I finally recovered physically, the memory of what had happened remained crystal clear. This wasn't like a normal dream that fades upon waking. Every detail was perfectly preserved in my mind, as vivid as any real experience I'd ever had. I started researching what I had seen. The closest description I could find was in various mythological accounts of purgatory, a place where souls who aren't ready to move on are trapped in a kind of limbo. Many traditions speak of demons or other entities that guard these transitional realms, keeping the living out and certain souls trapped within. The idea that my uncle might be trapped in such a place has haunted me every day since. I lit a candle for him at church, tried to pray, tried to mentally send him toward that light beyond the doors. But deep down I feel he's still there, still caught in that endless loop, still separated from whatever lies beyond those swaying doors. I've never delivered his message to my aunt. How could I? She's finally reached a place of relative peace after years of devastating grief. To tell her I saw her dead husband trapped in some kind of purgatory would rip open wounds that have barely begun to heal. And what if she asked me questions I couldn't answer? What if she begged me to help him in ways I don't know how? Sometimes I wonder if that entity is watching me, waiting to see if I'll tell anyone about what I saw. I wonder if I'll be punished for writing this down, but I need to share this with someone. Anyone who might understand or have experienced something similar. I still dream regularly, but I've never returned to that corridor. Sometimes I hope I will, just so I can see my uncle again, maybe find a way to help him. Other times I'm terrified of the possibility, remembering the feeling of sinking into that mud, of being at the mercy of something ancient and merciless. What was behind those doors? Why was my uncle trapped there? And why was I allowed to witness it at all? These questions keep me awake at night, staring at my ceiling, afraid to close my eyes. Story 10. I still get chills thinking about what happened that winter night when I was 15. It's been years, but sometimes when I'm alone, I still check the windows and feel that same dread creeping up my spine. It was the middle of winter, probably February, and my dad and I were headed up to our cottage near Algonquin Park in northern Ontario. We'd made this drive dozens of times before, nothing unusual about it. The cottage had been in our family since before I was born. It wasn't anything fancy, just a two-bedroom place with a living room, kitchen, and a back porch that overlooked the frozen lake during winter. We left the city late that Friday. Dad had to finish work, and traffic was awful getting out of Toronto. It was already past 11 at night when we finally got close. The last stretch was always the same. Turn off the main highway, drive about 15 minutes down a winding road, then make the final turn onto our dead-end cottage road. There were maybe 20 cottages along that road, but they were spread out with lots of trees between them. You couldn't see your neighbors, which was part of the charm in summer, but felt isolating in winter. Our cottage was somewhere in the middle of the road. Not at the very end, but far enough in that you felt completely alone, especially in the off-season when most cottages sat empty. It was frigid that night, probably minus 20 degrees Celsius, with a foot of fresh snow that had fallen earlier that week. The headlights cut through the darkness as we turned onto our cottage road, illuminating the snow-laden pine trees that lined both sides. That's when I noticed something odd. Fresh tire tracks in the snow. "Someone else is up here?" I asked my dad. He shrugged. Probably just someone checking on their cottage. But it was weird. Nobody really came up in February unless they were ice fishing fanatics, which wasn't common on our small lake. As we drove further down the road, the headlights suddenly caught something. A white van parked on the side of the road. "That's strange," my dad muttered, slowing down as we approached it. The van was just sitting there, no lights on inside, but as we passed by, I could see two silhouettes in the front seats. They didn't move or acknowledge us driving by. No wave, no turning to look, nothing, just two dark figures sitting motionless. "Do you know whose van that is?" I asked. Dad shook his head. "No idea. Maybe they're lost." We continued to our cottage, but something about that van felt off. Why would anyone be parked on our road at midnight in the dead of winter? The nearest cottage to where they were parked was at least 500 feet away through dense forest. When we pulled up to our place, Dad got our bags while I unlocked the door and turned on the heat. The cottage was freezing inside, as expected. We always drained the pipes and shut everything down for winter, only coming up occasionally for weekend trips. Dad lit a fire in the wood stove while I unpacked some groceries we'd brought. The cottage slowly warmed up, and after about an hour, we'd settled in. Dad was exhausted from the drive and work, so he decided to head to bed around 1 in the morning. "Don't stay up too late," he told me, "and make sure the door is locked." I wasn't tired yet, so I grabbed a book and settled onto the couch in the living room. The living room had big windows facing the back of the property toward the frozen lake, and smaller windows on the side. The wood stove crackled, casting a warm orange glow through the room. It was peaceful. I must have read for about 45 minutes when a strange feeling came over me. You know that sensation when you feel like someone's watching you? It was like that, but 10 times stronger. The hairs on my arms stood up and I got goosebumps that had nothing to do with the temperature. At first I tried to ignore it, just my imagination, right? But the feeling intensified until I couldn't focus on my book anymore. My eyes kept drifting to the windows, dark panes reflecting the room back at me. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I stood up and went to the back window, cupping my hands around my face to block the reflection and peer into the darkness. At first, I didn't see anything except the moonlight on the snow and the dark outlines of trees. Then I saw them. 2 figures standing at the edge of our back porch, partially hidden by trees. They were just standing there in the freezing cold, watching the cottage, watching me. I dropped to the floor immediately, my heart hammering so hard I thought it would burst from my chest. I lay there for what felt like forever, trying to convince myself I hadn't seen what I thought I saw. Maybe it was just shadows from the trees. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. But I knew what I'd seen. 2 human figures, standing completely still, watching our cottage in the middle of the night. I had to get to my dad. His bedroom was down a short hallway from the living room. The problem was, to get there, I'd have to cross in front of the side windows. If those people were still out there, they'd see me moving through the cottage. So I crawled. I crawled across the living room floor, staying below the window line, my pajama pants sliding against the wooden floors. Every few seconds I'd freeze, listening for any sound from outside, footsteps in the snow, someone trying the door handle, anything. But there was only silence. When I reached my dad's door, I pushed it open slowly to minimize the creaking. "Dad," I whispered, then louder, "Dad!" He stirred in bed. "What? What's wrong?" "There are people outside the cottage," I said, my voice shaking. "Two people just standing in the backyard, watching the house." Dad sat up immediately. "What, are you sure?" "Yes, I saw them from the living room window. They're just standing there." To his credit, my dad didn't question me further. He grabbed his glasses from the bedside table, pulled on his robe, and reached under the bed for the baseball bat he always kept there. "Stay behind me," he instructed, his voice calm but serious. We moved back down the hallway, Dad leading with the bat. When we reached the living room, he flipped on the outside lights. The sudden brightness illuminated the backyard, the porch, and the trees beyond. There was nobody there. "I swear they were there," I insisted, trembling. "Two people, just at the edge of the porch." Dad moved to the window and looked out carefully. "I don't see anyone now." He checked all the windows, then the front and back doors to make sure they were locked. Everything was secure. Then he grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen drawer. "I'm going to take a look outside," he said. "Dad, no!" I protested. "It's okay. I'll just check around the cottage. Lock the door behind me and don't open it unless you hear my voice." I didn't want him to go, but he was already putting on his boots and coat. He took the bat with him and grabbed a second flashlight for me. "Keep this with you. I'll be back in 5 minutes, tops." After he left, I locked the door and stood in the living room, clutching the flashlight like a lifeline. Every creak of the cottage, every gust of wind against the windows made me jump. The 5 minutes he was gone felt like 5 hours. Finally, I heard his voice calling from the front door. "It's me, open up." When I let him in, his face was grim, and there was snow on his boots and the bottom of his pajama pants. "Did you see anyone?" I asked. He shook his head. "No people, but there are tracks." He explained what he'd found. 2 sets of footprints in the snow led from the road to behind our cottage, exactly where I'd seen the figures standing. The prints then continued around the side of the cottage to the front, and finally back up to the road. Someone had circled our entire cottage, studying it from every angle. "When did you notice the feeling of being watched?" he asked me. I thought about it. "Maybe 20 minutes after you went to bed. Around 1:30 or so." Dad checked his watch. It was now just past 2 in the morning. "So they were here very recently. The snow hasn't filled in the tracks at all. We sat in the living room for the rest of the night, neither of us sleeping. Dad kept the bat beside him, and we took turns watching the windows. Nothing else happened, though the feeling of being watched never completely went away." When dawn finally broke, Dad went outside again to check in daylight. The footprints were still there, but now he could see more clearly. The tire marks on our road showed that the white van had turned around at some point and gone back up toward the main road. It was gone now. "I think they were casing the place," Dad said when he came back in. "There have been break-ins at a few cottages in the area this winter. They probably saw our lights and realized someone was home, so they left. But that explanation never sat right with me. If they were looking for empty cottages to rob, why circle ours when they could clearly see we were inside? Why stand in our backyard watching the cottage for who knows how long? And why target our cottage specifically, driving all the way down that long road in the middle of the night in winter?" We stayed at the cottage for the rest of the weekend as planned, but neither of us slept well. Dad called the local police, who said they'd keep an eye out for a white van but didn't seem too concerned. "Probably just kids messing around," the officer said. "We never saw the white van again, never saw those 2 figures. But to this day, I can't shake the memory of looking out that window and seeing them standing there perfectly still, watching me through the glass. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if Dad hadn't been there with me that night. Would they have tried to get in? Were they waiting for me to go to sleep? I'm 28 now, and Dad still owns that cottage. I still go up there in summer with friends, and occasionally in winter too. But I never go alone, and I always check the windows before I go to bed. Story 11. I've never told this story publicly before. I've kept it to myself for so many years because, honestly, who would believe me? But after what I heard last week, I can't stay silent anymore. I need to know if anyone else has had a similar experience. This happened when I was 11 years old. We lived in this small brick house. Nothing fancy, just a simple 3-bedroom place where I stayed with my mom and my little brother. My bedroom wasn't anything special. I had this bunk bed where I slept on the top bunk. My brother had his own room across the hall. I was really into music back then, constantly recording songs from the radio onto cassette tapes. I'd stay up way past my bedtime with my little radio, waiting for my favorite songs to come on so I could hit record. Mum would always tell me to go to sleep, but I'd just turn the volume down and keep listening under my covers. This particular night in the summer of 1997, I remember it was really warm. I had been waiting for this one specific song to play. I think it was something by Spice Girls or Backstreet Boys. I can't remember exactly which one anymore, but I was determined to get it on my tape. I must have stayed up until around 11:30, which felt incredibly late for an 11-year-old. When I finally recorded the song, I was exhausted. I clicked off my radio, rewound the tape a little bit to make sure I'd caught the whole thing, then put everything on my little shelf built into the wall next to my bunk. The light switch for my room was across the room by the door, and I hated having to climb down from my bunk, turn off the light, and then fumble my way back to bed in the dark. So I'd rigged up this system where I tied a piece of yarn to the pull chain of my ceiling light and ran it over to my bed. That way, I could just reach up and pull the string to turn off my light while I was already in bed. Mom always said it was a fire hazard, but I thought it was genius. So I got comfortable under my thin summer sheet, reached up and pulled the string. The room went dark except for the little bit of moonlight coming through my window. I closed my eyes and was just starting to drift off. That's when it happened. It couldn't have been more than 5 seconds after I turned off the light. Through my closed eyelids, I sensed a change in the room, a weird glow. At first, I thought maybe Mum had opened my door to check on me and the hallway light was shining in, but this light was different. It was blue. Not like a harsh blue light bulb or anything, but a soft, almost misty blue. I opened my eyes, and my heart immediately froze. Standing in the center of my bedroom was a man. Not just any man, a Native American man in full traditional clothing. He had on what looked like leather garments with fringe hanging down, and a feathered headdress that nearly touched my ceiling. But the most terrifying thing was that he was the source of the blue light. It wasn't like he was holding a flashlight or anything. The blue glow seemed to be coming from within him, illuminating my whole room in this eerie blue haze. He was just standing there, arms crossed over his chest, staring directly at me. His face was stern, with high cheekbones and deep-set eyes that didn't blink. His skin had this bluish tint to it that made him look not quite solid, but he wasn't transparent either. He was just there. I could even make out the individual feathers in his headdress. I couldn't move. It felt like forever that we just stared at each other, though it was probably only seconds. My body was completely frozen with fear. I couldn't even pull my blanket up higher. My mind was racing with questions. Was he real? Was I dreaming? Was he going to hurt me? How did he get in my room? Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I managed to let out a scream. It wasn't even a loud scream, more like a terrified squeak. At the same time, I reached up and yanked hard on my light string. The overhead light clicked on, flooding my room with normal yellow light. and he was gone, just like that. No fading away, no walking through the wall, just there 1 second and gone the next. I sat up in my bunk, breathing so hard I thought I might pass out. I stared at the spot where he had been standing, half expecting him to reappear. The carpet showed no footprints. My window was still closed and locked. My door hadn't been opened. There was no sign anyone had been in my room at all. I was too terrified to turn the light back off. I just sat there, knees pulled up to my chest, back pressed against the wall, until I heard my mum's footsteps in the hallway. "What are you doing still awake?" she asked, poking her head in. "I saw your light on. It's almost midnight." When I told her what happened, her face changed from annoyed to concerned. She climbed up the ladder to my bunk and sat on the edge, feeling my forehead like I might have a fever. "Sweetheart, you were having a bad dream," she said softly. "You probably fell asleep for a minute with your light on and had a nightmare." "No, Mom, I wasn't asleep. I had just turned off the light. He was right there, standing right there." I pointed to the middle of my room, but even as I did, I started doubting myself. Could I have fallen asleep that quickly? But it had felt so real. Mom just hugged me and told me everything was okay. She checked under the bed, in the closet, and even looked out the window, probably more to reassure me than because she actually believed me. Eventually, she convinced me to lie back down, but she left my bedroom door open and the hallway light on. I barely slept that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I could see him standing there, blue and imposing, staring at me. The next morning at breakfast, I was exhausted and jumpy. Mom was making pancakes and trying to act like everything was normal, but I kept looking over my shoulder. That's when my little brother, he was only 7 at the time, said something that made my blood run cold. "Did you see the blue Indian man too?" he asked, so casually, like he was asking if I'd seen a TV show. Mom stopped mid-flip with a pancake. I dropped my fork. "What did you say?" I asked him, my voice barely a whisper. "The blue Indian man," my brother repeated, taking a big bite of pancake. "He was in the hallway like a week ago when I went to the bathroom at night. He was just standing there watching me." Mom sat down at the table, looking between us. "Why didn't you say anything?" she asked him. My brother just shrugged. I wasn't scared. He seemed nice, like he was watching over us or something. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. My little brother had seen the same figure, the exact same blue Native American man, and hadn't been scared. Meanwhile, I'd been terrified out of my mind. But more importantly, he was real. Someone else had seen him. It wasn't a dream or my imagination. Mom tried to rationalize it. Maybe we'd seen the same TV show, or maybe my brother had overheard me talking about my dream and was making up his own version. But I knew that wasn't it. He'd seen the blue man before I had, and he hadn't said anything about it until now. For weeks after that, I slept with my light on. I kept expecting the blue man to come back, but he never did. Eventually, as the months passed, the memory started to fade. By the time I was a teenager, it had become just a weird childhood experience that I occasionally thought about, but mostly dismissed. Mom had convinced me it was probably sleep paralysis or some other explanation. Life went on. I grew up, moved out, got a job. I'm 37 now, married with kids of my own. I hadn't thought about the blue man in years, until last week. I was driving home from work, listening to this paranormal podcast I sometimes put on just for background noise. They were reading listener stories, and this one came on from a woman in Santiago. As she described her experience, I had to pull over because my hands were shaking too badly to drive. She described seeing a Native American figure, glowing blue, standing in her living room in the middle of the night. Everything, the traditional clothing, the stern expression, the blue light emanating from him, it was identical to what I'd seen 26 years ago. The only difference was that in her encounter he was holding a hatchet. I sat in my car on the side of the road, trying to process what I'd just heard. How was this possible? How could someone on the other side of the world have seen the exact same thing I saw in my bedroom all those years ago? I've spent the past week searching online for similar stories. I found a few vague accounts that might be related, but nothing as specific as what the woman on the podcast described. So that's why I'm posting this now. I need to know if anyone else has seen him. This blue Native American figure that appears in the night. Who is he? What does he want? Is he, as my brother thought, some kind of protector, or is he something more sinister? I've never been able to explain what happened that night. Even now, thinking about it makes the hair on my arms stand up. I can still see him so clearly in my mind, standing there, arms crossed, surrounded by that blue light, staring at me with those unblinking eyes. Does anyone else know what I'm talking about? Has anyone else seen him? Story 12. You know, I never believed in ghosts or the paranormal growing up. My dad was super religious and always told us that spirits weren't real, that when people die, they go to heaven or hell, no in between. So imagine my shock when our forever home turned into a supernatural nightmare that even my skeptical father couldn't explain away. We'd been looking for a house in the country for almost 2 years. My dad, stepmom, twin little sisters, who were 7 at the time, and I were all excited when we finally found what seemed perfect. A beautiful 3-bedroom farmhouse on 5 acres, about 20 minutes outside of town. It had that charming country aesthetic with a wraparound porch, mature trees, and enough space for the girls to run around. The previous owners had lived there for decades, an elderly couple who were moving to Florida to be closer to their kids. The price was surprisingly reasonable, which probably should have been our first red flag, but we were too excited to question our good fortune. We moved in during early spring, and those first couple of weeks were exactly what we'd dreamed of. The air was fresh, we could see stars at night that were invisible in the city, and we even started planning where to put a vegetable garden. Then things started getting weird. I remember the first incident clearly. It was a Tuesday night around 11:30. I was in my bedroom talking to my cousin on the phone. My room was on the first floor, at the front of the house, with a window facing the long gravel driveway that connected to the main road. Everyone else was asleep upstairs. While chatting with my cousin about some TV show we were both into, I heard this distinct sound outside my window, the unmistakable clip-clop of horse hooves on our concrete sidewalk that led from the driveway to the front porch. At first, I didn't think much of it. We were in the country after all, and there were farms nearby. Maybe a neighbor's horse got loose. "Hold on," I told my cousin. "I think there's a horse outside." I pulled back my curtain to look, but there was nothing there. The motion sensor light hadn't even triggered, which it definitely would have if anything large had moved across our front yard. The sound had been so clear, though, steady, rhythmic hoofbeats, as if a horse was trotting right past my window, but there was nothing, not even a car passing on the distant road. "That's weird," I told my cousin. "I swear I just heard a horse, but there's nothing out there." He laughed it off, and honestly, so did I. I figured maybe it was the house settling or something. Old farmhouses make all kinds of noises, right? The next day after school, I was poking around the overgrown side yard, thinking about where we might put a fire pit for summer nights. That's when I spotted something metallic peeking out from beneath some tall weeds. I reached down and pulled out a rusty horseshoe. It looked ancient, like it had been there for decades. I brought it inside to show my dad, who thought it was neat but not unusual for an old country property. "This place was probably a working farm back in the day," he said, turning the horseshoe over in his hands. "We'll probably find all kinds of old stuff buried around here." I kept that horseshoe on my dresser. Something about finding it right after hearing those phantom hoofbeats made me want to hang on to it. A few more weeks passed without incident. We were settling in nicely, though my little sisters had been complaining about their bedroom. They shared the largest upstairs room, which had originally been painted a cheerful yellow by the previous owners. For some reason, They kept asking if they could sleep in the guest room instead. "There's little girls in our room at night," one of them said at breakfast about a month after we moved in. My stepmom had smiled patiently. "It's just shadows from the tree branches moving against the moonlight, sweetie." The girls didn't seem convinced, but stopped mentioning it. Eventually, my parents let them move into the smaller guest bedroom across the hall, and their original room became a playroom/guest room. Nobody thought much about it. Then came the night that really started to freak me out. Again, I was up late on a phone call with my cousin. It was close to midnight, and I was keeping my voice down since everyone was asleep. Suddenly, I heard what sounded like my sisters crying. The sound was coming from upstairs, specifically from their old bedroom, not the guest room where they now slept. The crying was soft at first, then grew louder, the unmistakable sound of little girls sobbing. I immediately told my cousin I needed to go check on my sisters. "I think the twins are having nightmares," I whispered, hanging up and heading upstairs. When I got to the top of the stairs, the crying stopped. I checked the guest room where my sisters were supposed to be sleeping, and sure enough, they were both sound asleep in their beds. Then I glanced toward their old bedroom. The door was closed, just as it had been when everyone went to bed. I stood there in the hallway, a cold feeling washing over me. I definitely heard crying, and it had definitely come from that room. But my sisters were clearly asleep in the other bedroom. I didn't have the courage to open that door. Instead, I hurried back downstairs to my own room and had trouble sleeping for the rest of the night. The next morning over breakfast, I casually mentioned to my stepmom that I'd heard the girls crying last night. "Were they having nightmares or something?" I asked. "I heard crying coming from their old bedroom." My stepmom froze, coffee mug halfway to her lips. She gave me a strange look before setting her cup down carefully. "Your sisters don't sleep in that room anymore," she said, her voice unusually quiet. "They say the little girls don't let them sleep there at night." A chill ran through me. What little girls? That's what they've been saying for weeks now. That there are two little girls who come out at night and stand at the foot of their beds. That's why they wanted to move to the guest room. I felt sick. My sisters hadn't just been complaining about shadows from tree branches. They'd been seeing actual figures, and I'd heard those same little girls crying last night. When I told my stepmom about the crying, she seemed troubled but tried to rationalize it. Old houses make strange noises. It was probably just the wind through the eaves. But I could tell she was disturbed. Later that day, I overheard her telling my dad about our conversation. He dismissed it immediately. "You know I don't believe in that nonsense," he said firmly. "There's no such thing as ghosts. The girls have active imaginations, and now they've got you and your son buying into it too." My dad was always the pragmatic one, the voice of reason. His strong religious beliefs didn't allow for wandering spirits. When you die, your soul goes where it's meant to go, not hanging around empty bedrooms scaring children. Hearing him shut down the possibility so completely was actually reassuring. If my dad wasn't worried, maybe there really was a logical explanation. But what happened a few nights later changed everything, even for my dad. It was around 10 at night. My stepmom had already gone to bed, and I was in my room with headphones on, watching videos on my laptop. My dad was upstairs doing his nightly prayer ritual. He was devout and would kneel beside the bed every night to pray before sleeping. Suddenly, I heard my stepmom screaming from upstairs. I tore off my headphones and ran up to their bedroom, taking the stairs two at a time. When I got there, I found my dad kneeling beside the bed with his head pressed against the mattress, making these horrible, gurgling, mumbling sounds. My stepmom was frantically shaking him, trying to get him to respond. "He just collapsed like this," she cried when she saw me. He was saying his prayers, and then he just fell forward and started making these noises. My dad's body was rigid, his face pressed into the side of the mattress as though some invisible force was holding him down. Those sounds coming from him, they weren't words, just guttural, inhuman noises that made the hair on my arms stand up. My stepmom shoved him hard, over and over, shouting his name. Finally, with a gasp, he seemed to snap out of it. He jerked upright, his eyes wide and confused. "What happened?" he wheezed, looking around wildly. "You tell us," my stepmom said, her voice shaking. "You were stuck there making those awful sounds." My dad looked genuinely confused and scared, an expression I'd never seen on his face before. I was praying, and then I felt something push my head down, like hands on the back of my neck, holding me against the bed. "There was nobody touching you," I said. "We both saw you. You were just stuck." My dad sat on the edge of the bed, visibly shaken. I couldn't move. I tried to call out, but I couldn't speak properly. He rubbed the back of his neck where he said he'd felt the pressure. There were no marks, but he kept touching the spot as if it still hurt. That was the breaking point for all of us. My dad, the eternal skeptic, the man who never believed in anything supernatural, had experienced something he couldn't explain away. The next morning, he called a realtor. We moved out within 3 weeks. My parents told the realtor they'd decided the commute was too long, that the country lifestyle wasn't working out. Nobody mentioned crying ghost children or invisible forces holding people down during prayers. We left so many things behind. Furniture we claimed we'd come back for, but never did. Garden tools, even some clothes. Nobody wanted to spend more time in that house than absolutely necessary. The horseshoe was one of the few things I made sure to bring, though I can't really explain why. It's been 6 years now. We never went back to that house, not even to retrieve our abandoned belongings. My parents took a massive financial hit selling the place, but they didn't care. Sometimes my sisters mention the house with the little girls, but my parents quickly changed the subject. My dad never talks about what happened that night. When pressed, he'll only say that sometimes things happen we can't explain. Coming from him, a man who had an explanation for everything, that speaks volumes. I've researched the history of the property since then. There are no records of children dying there, no tragic accidents involving little girls. Nothing about the property's past explains what we experienced. But I know what I heard that night, and I know what we all saw happen to my dad. Sometimes I still wake up thinking I hear hoofbeats outside my window or distant crying coming from an empty room. And sometimes, when I'm about to fall asleep, I swear I feel a slight pressure on the back of my neck, like someone's hand gently pushing my head down. Das Innocentry, Story 13. I've never told this story publicly before. It's not exactly scary, but it does make people uncomfortable when I mention it, so I've learned to keep it to myself. But after what happened yesterday, I need to get this off my chest. When I was about 6 years old, I had what my parents called an imaginary friend. Except she never felt imaginary to me, not even a little bit. I still remember the first time I noticed her. I was playing with my toys in my bedroom, those little plastic animals I used to collect. It was a normal afternoon, sun coming through my window, dust particles floating in the light. I felt someone watching me, not in a creepy way, just there. When I looked up, I saw her standing in the corner. She wasn't like what you'd expect from a ghost story. No flowing white dress, no pale face with dark eyes or anything dramatic like that. She was just a presence, kind of like a white silhouette of a girl about my age. No facial features I can recall, no distinct clothing. Just a girl-shaped figure that was somehow both solid and transparent at the same time. I didn't scream or run away. That's the weird part. I just said, "Hi," and went back to playing. It felt completely natural, like she belonged there, like she'd always been there, and I was just now noticing her. I never gave her a name. I just called her Girl whenever I thought about her, or on rare occasions mentioned her to my parents. "Girl is watching me play," I'd say, and my mum would smile, that patient smile parents give when humoring their kids. But here's the thing. She wasn't like other kids' imaginary friends. I never played with her, never set a place for her at my tea parties, never included her in games or made up adventures with her. She was just there, watching. Sometimes by my bed, sometimes in the corner of the room, sometimes by the window. Always quiet, always still. Sometimes I felt like she was talking to me, but not with words. More like feelings or thoughts that weren't quite mine would appear in my head. Never anything complex, just simple awareness like she's happy, or she's curious, or she wants me to know she's here. It wasn't scary, it was comforting, actually. My parents thought it was just a phase. They'd exchange those knowing glances whenever I'd mention girl. My dad would ruffle my hair and say, "Tell your friend hello from us." But I never needed to tell her. Somehow, I knew she already heard everything. I remember one particular day more clearly than others. I was 7, maybe almost 8. It was raining outside, one of those heavy summer storms that turn the sky dark in the middle of the day. I was sitting on my bed, drawing pictures with my colored pencils. The power had gone out, so my room was dim, lit only by the gray light coming through the windows. She appeared closer than usual that day, right at the foot of my bed. I could feel her watching my drawing. I was making a picture of our house with my family standing outside it. Without really thinking about it, I drew her too. Just a simple stick figure off to the side, a bit apart from my family. As I was coloring in the sky, I felt a coldness near my hand, like someone had opened a freezer nearby. The colored pencil I was holding suddenly rolled across the page, leaving a line I hadn't drawn. It drew a simple curve, a smile, on the stick figure that represented her. I remember looking up, but she was still just a white shape, no face that I could see. Yet somehow, I knew she was pleased. I said out loud, "You like it?" The air got colder around me for just a second, then returned to normal. I took that as a yes. My mom came in then with a flashlight, checking on me because of the storm. "Who are you talking to, honey?" she asked. "Just girl," I said, holding up my drawing. She helped me draw her. Mom looked around the room, that patient smile on her face. "Well, that's nice of her." She sat down on the bed next to me. "Do you and your friend want a snack?" I cut up some apples. I nodded and followed Mom to the kitchen. I knew without looking that girl was following behind us. In the kitchen, I sat at the table while Mom put apple slices on a plate. I took 2, putting one in front of the empty chair beside me. "Is that where your friend is sitting?" Mom asked. I shook my head. "No, she doesn't sit. She just stands. But I thought she might want an apple." Mom nodded, but I could tell she thought it was just me playing pretend. The apple slice stayed there until Dad came home. When he went to eat it, I remember saying, "No, that's for girl." He laughed and took a different piece. The apple I'd left out started to brown around the edges. As I watched, tiny bite marks appeared on it. Not like a human would bite, more like little nibbles. Mom didn't notice, and I didn't point it out. Somehow, I knew this was between girl and me. That night, when I went to bed, she stood by my window for a long time. The storm had passed, and moonlight was coming through, making her white figure almost glow. I fell asleep, watching her watch me. For the next couple of years, girl was just part of my life. Not exciting or dramatic, just there, like the furniture or the color of my walls, a constant I didn't question. I never felt afraid of her. If anything, I felt protected. When I was about 10, I realized one day that I hadn't seen girl in a while. I tried to remember when I'd last noticed her, but I couldn't pinpoint a specific time. She had just faded away. The strange thing is, I didn't feel sad about it. I didn't miss her or worry about where she'd gone. It felt natural, like she'd been there when I needed her, and now I didn't need her anymore. Life went on. I grew up. Sometimes I'd think about girl, but those memories took on the same quality as remembering an old TV show or a book I'd read as a child. Something that had once been important, but now was just a footnote in my childhood. Until yesterday. I'm 28 now. I live alone in an apartment across town from where I grew up. My parents still live in the same house, and I visit them for dinner every Sunday. Yesterday was no different. We ate, talked about our week, watched some TV together. Normal family stuff. As I was getting ready to leave, Mom handed me a box. I found this when I was cleaning out the attic, she said. Just some of your old drawings and school papers. Thought you might want to look through it. I thanked her, put the box in my car, and drove home. It wasn't until after midnight that I remembered it. I couldn't sleep. One of those restless nights where your brain won't shut off. So I decided to look through the box. It was mostly what Mom had said, old report cards, art projects from elementary school, birthday cards I'd made for my parents. Nostalgia stuff. But at the bottom of the box, folded up, was the drawing from that stormy day. Our house, my family, and off to the side, the stick figure with the smile I hadn't drawn. I stared at it for a long time. The memory was so clear, the colored pencil moving on its own, the cold air, the sense of her approval. I set the drawing on my coffee table and went to make some tea, thinking maybe it would help me sleep. In the kitchen, I filled my kettle and put it on the stove. While waiting for it to boil, I leaned against the counter, scrolling through my phone. The apartment was quiet, except for the soft rumbling of the kettle heating up. That's when I felt it. The familiar sensation of being watched, not in a threatening way, just an awareness of another presence. The hair on my arms stood up, and the air around me seemed to get just a little colder. I looked up slowly. There in the doorway between my kitchen and living room was a white figure. Not as clear as I remembered from childhood, more like a faint disturbance in the air, a subtle bending of light, but unmistakably her. "Girl?" I whispered, surprised to hear my voice shake. The kettle began to whistle, making me jump. When I looked back at the doorway after turning off the stove, the figure was gone. I poured my tea with shaking hands and went back to the living room. The drawing was no longer where I'd left it on the coffee table. For a second, I thought maybe I'd imagined putting it there. But then I saw it on the floor, a few feet away. As I bent to pick it up, I noticed something different about it. Next to the stick figure that represented girl, there was now another figure drawn, an adult woman with long hair, like me. The two figures were holding hands. The drawing style was exactly like mine as a child. The same wobbly lines, the same proportions. But I know I didn't draw that second figure, not when I was 7 and not last night. I sat on my couch until morning came, the drawing on the table in front of me, my tea going cold in my hands. I didn't see girl again, didn't feel her presence anymore, but I know she was there. I've been thinking about it all day. My friend once suggested that girl might have been a ghost or a spirit, not an imaginary friend at all. I dismissed it at the time, but now I'm not so sure. She never felt like something I created in my mind. She felt like someone who existed independently of me, who chose to be near me. The strangest part was always that she had no name, no detailed appearance, no personality that I could describe. She was just there, a presence, a watcher, a companion who needed nothing from me except acknowledgement. People have told me throughout my life that I have some kind of energy about me. Animals are drawn to me, even ones that usually avoid people. Friends joke that I give off witchy vibes, but I've never thought of myself as special or different. Now I wonder, was girl really a creation of my childhood imagination, or was she something else? Something that was drawn to whatever energy people sense in me? And more importantly, why has she returned now, after all these years? I put the drawing in my bedside drawer before leaving for work this morning. When I came home, it was back on the coffee table. I haven't told anyone about this. Who would believe me? But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. She's back. And somehow I think she never really left. Story 14. I still get chills thinking about what happened to me that night in summer of 2019. I've been trying to make sense of it for years now, but I can't explain it. No matter how many times I go over it in my head, I can't figure out what I saw. I was working at Shirley's Diner back then, one of those local places where everybody knows everybody's business. Nothing fancy, just honest food and decent tips if you're nice to the regulars. That night I'd picked up an extra closing shift because Amber's kid got sick. It was a Thursday, I remember, because we had the meatloaf special and we always ran out by 8. By the time I clocked out, it was already around 10:30 at night. I was dead tired, my feet aching from running around for 8 hours straight. All I wanted was to get home, take a shower to wash off the grease smell that sticks to your hair, and collapse into bed. There's this shortcut I always take between Miller's and Hawkins cornfields. It's this narrow gravel road that cuts about 10 minutes off my drive home. During daytime, it's nothing special. Just 2 massive cornfields stretching out on either side, with maybe a tractor parked somewhere along the way. But at night, that's a different story. No streetlights out there, just pitch black with your headlights cutting through the darkness. You can hear the gravel crunching under your tires and not much else. Sometimes you'll pass a mailbox that'll make you jump, because for a split second, it looks like a person standing at the edge of the road. I've driven that road 100 times, though, so I didn't think twice about taking it that night, despite how creepy it gets after dark. My truck isn't anything fancy, just an old Ford that's got more rust than paint at this point. The radio works about half the time, and that night it was just static, so I turned it off. The only sound was the engine humming and rocks popping under the tires. I was about halfway down the road when I noticed something that made me slow down a bit. There was somebody walking in the ditch alongside the road. At first I didn't think much of it. Probably some teenager sneaking home after meeting up with friends, or maybe someone whose car broke down walking to get help. It happens, even that late at night. But as I got closer, something felt off. I can't really explain it. It was like when you walk into a room and can tell someone's been arguing, even though they're quiet now. Just this heavy feeling in the air. I slowed down a little more as my headlights finally caught the figure clearly. It was a woman. At least I think it was a woman from the shape and size. But she was wrapped in something white like a bed sheet, or maybe one of those old quilts my grandma used to make. It was dragging around her shoulders and down her body. I could make out her head, her arms, her body under the fabric. But what made my skin crawl was that I couldn't see her face. The sheet, or whatever it was, covered her completely. There weren't even shadows where her eyes or mouth should be. It was just flat, blank whiteness where a face should have been. I remember thinking how weird it was. Like even if someone wore a sheet over their head, you'd still see some contours, right? But there was nothing. As I approached, I expected her to move to the side a bit. That's just what people do when a car comes. But she kept walking steady and slow, like she knew I was coming and didn't care. She didn't even flinch as my truck got closer. That's when the really weird part happened. The air in my truck suddenly went freezing cold. I'm not exaggerating. It was like someone had opened a freezer door right in my face. I could see my breath fogging up in front of me, despite the fact that my heater was running. It was July in Indiana, for crying out loud. Even at night, it doesn't get cold enough to see your breath. I actually started fiddling with the heater dial, thinking maybe it had gone haywire and started blasting cold air instead. I remember checking the vents with my hand, but they were pushing out warm air. It made no sense. By this point, I was right alongside her. She never stepped aside, and I had to swerve a little to make sure I didn't hit her. As I passed by, she turned her head toward me, that blank, featureless face following my truck. I didn't see her move her feet, but somehow her body rotated to track me as I drove past. I felt this horrible, sinking dread in my stomach. It wasn't just being scared, it was deeper than that, like when you know something is fundamentally wrong. My hands were gripping the steering wheel so tight, my knuckles were white. I tried telling myself it was just some girl messing around, or maybe a runaway who didn't want to be recognized. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. Something about her movement wasn't right. It was too smooth, too deliberate. The road I was on dead ends at the old Crowley silo, this ancient thing that hasn't been used in decades. As I got closer to the end, I realized I'd have to turn around and pass her again. That thought made my heart race even faster. When I reached the silo, I swung the wheel hard to the left, the truck kicking up dust and gravel as I made a quick three-point turn. My hands were shaking so bad, I almost stalled the engine. The turn took maybe 5 seconds tops, but when I straightened out and my headlights swept across the road again, she was gone, completely gone. I slowed down, scanning the ditches on both sides. Nothing. There was no way she could have ducked into the cornfields that quickly, especially wrapped up like that. The corn was high that time of year, well over 6 feet tall, but I would have heard movement, seen the stalks swaying something. There was nothing but the sound of my engine and the blood pounding in my ears. I hit the gas and tore down that road faster than I'd ever driven it before. I didn't slow down until I reached the main highway. Instead of going straight home, I drove all the way to the Shell station in town. It was the only place open that late with actual people around. I parked under the bright fluorescent lights and just sat there for a minute, trying to catch my breath. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely fish the change out of my pocket for the vending machine. I bought a Coke and just sat in my truck, sipping it slowly, waiting for my heartbeat to return to normal. I probably looked like a crazy person to the night clerk, but I didn't care. I wasn't ready to be alone with my thoughts yet. I've tried researching local legends since then, even asked some of the old-timers at the diner if they'd heard stories about the back road. Most just gave me funny looks. Old Bill mentioned something about a car accident back in the 70s where a bride-to-be died on her way to her wedding, but that sounded like the kind of story people make up to explain weird things. I've never seen her again, though I've taken that road dozens of times since then, always during daylight hours now. Sometimes when I'm driving there, I'll catch myself checking the ditches, or I'll feel the hair on my arms stand up for no reason. I think about her every time I pass that spot. The thing that still bothers me most isn't just what I saw, it's what I felt. That bone-deep cold that came out of nowhere. The overwhelming sense that whatever I was looking at wasn't, I don't know, natural, right, human? I can't find the right word. Sometimes I convince myself it was just my imagination playing tricks after a long shift. Maybe it was just someone playing a prank. But then I remember how she turned to watch me with that blank face. How she disappeared in seconds. And that ice-cold air inside my heated truck. I haven't told many people about this. Who would believe me? It sounds crazy even to me, and I'm the one who experienced it. But I know what I saw that night. And whatever it wasn't just some person walking home. I still take the main road now, even though it adds 10 minutes to my drive. Some shortcuts aren't worth taking. Story 15. I've always considered myself a pretty rational guy. I don't go chasing after ghosts or believe in psychics on TV. After my divorce 3 years ago, I went through that typical phase where you question everything, who you are, what you believe, all that stuff. But what happened last month has completely shattered my understanding of, well, everything. I met Ellie almost a year ago at a friend's backyard barbecue. She was quiet, but had this calm energy that drew me to her right away. Within minutes of talking to her, I felt like I'd known her forever. We moved in together about 6 months ago, and I proposed last month. It's been the happiest time of my life after going through the hell of divorce. From early on, I noticed things about Ellie that were unusual. She would sometimes know who was calling before looking at her phone. Other times, she'd get sudden headaches right before someone shared bad news. Once, she woke up in the middle of the night and insisted we check on my mom, who lives an hour away. When we called, Mom had fallen and couldn't reach her phone. These things happened often enough that I started to believe Ellie had some kind of sixth sense. Whenever I brought it up, though, she'd change the subject. It clearly made her uncomfortable. One night, after a few glasses of wine, she confided that as a child, she used to practice what she called leaving her body every night before sleep. She described floating above herself and exploring her neighborhood from above. She did this routinely until she was about 15, when something scared her so badly that she never tried again. She wouldn't tell me what it was, but I could see genuine fear in her eyes when I asked about it. "I don't like to talk about it," she'd say. "Sometimes knowing things others don't is more of a burden than a gift." I respected her boundaries and never pushed, but I was fascinated, even though I wasn't sure I fully believed in psychic abilities or astral projection or whatever you want to call it. What happened 3 weeks ago changed everything. I've never told Ellie about my Aunt Rachel. There was no reason to bring her up. Rachel wasn't my blood aunt. She was married to my dad's brother until he passed away when I was 12. Dad died just 6 months later in a work accident. I was devastated, losing both male role models in such a short time. Rachel stepped up in a way no one expected. Even though she wasn't technically family anymore, she took me fishing almost every weekend. She taught me how to bait a hook, how to be patient waiting for a bite, how to respect nature. We never talked much during these trips, but somehow the silence by the lake helped both of us process our grief. Those quiet mornings with the mist rising off the water are some of my most precious memories. Rachel moved to Florida about 8 years ago to be closer to her sister. We kept in touch with occasional phone calls, but life got busy. When she died of a sudden heart attack 2 years ago, I was in the middle of my divorce and working 2 jobs to make ends meet. I couldn't get the time off to travel 10 hours for her funeral, and I couldn't afford a plane ticket on such short notice. I've carried the guilt of missing her funeral like a rock in my chest. Rachel was there for me during the worst time of my life, and I couldn't be there to say goodbye to her. I never even told my ex-wife how much this bothered me. It just sat inside me, this unresolved grief and guilt that I tried not to think about. 3 weeks ago, Ellie and I went to bed like we always do. She has this habit of using my shoulder as her pillow, with one arm draped across my chest. It was around 2 in the morning when I felt her suddenly sit up. I was in that half-asleep state and figured she was just going to the bathroom. Instead, she hugged me. Not a gentle, sleepy hug, but an intentional embrace that fully woke me up. "Babe, I need to ask you something," she said, her voice clear, not groggy at all. "Go ahead," I mumbled, still trying to shake off sleep. "Did you have an aunt named Rachel that passed away?" I felt like someone had dumped ice water over me. I sat up and turned on the bedside lamp. Ellie was looking at me with this strange expression, part concern, part confusion. "How did you know about Rachel?" I asked. "She had reddish-brown hair," Ellie continued, "kind of curly, and she wore these turquoise earrings all the time. Was she a little heavy-set?" My mouth literally fell open. This was exactly Rachel. The turquoise jewelry was her signature style. I'd never shown Ellie a photo of Rachel. I'd never mentioned her name. There's no way she could have known. "Ellie, what the hell is going on?" My heart was pounding. "I've never told you about my Aunt Rachel." She took a deep breath and grabbed my hand. "I know this sounds crazy. I'm still trying to process it myself. But she came to me in a dream just now. It wasn't like a normal dream. It was vivid, real. She hugged me and told me to tell you that she's okay and that you need to stop worrying." I felt the hairs on my arms stand up. Ellie continued, her voice getting shaky. "She said she loves you dearly and completely understands why you couldn't make it to her funeral. She knows you were going through a hard time, and she's not upset at all. She said the time you spent together by the water was worth more than any funeral." That did it. I broke down crying. Ellie couldn't have known about our fishing trips. She couldn't have known about my guilt over missing the funeral. This wasn't information she could have Googled or found on social media. Rachel and I never took photos during those fishing trips. It was our unspoken rule to just be present in the moment. Ellie held me while I sobbed for what must have been 10 solid minutes. I couldn't speak. All the guilt and unresolved grief I'd been carrying suddenly had somewhere to go. When I finally caught my breath, Ellie told me more. Rachel showed me an old tackle box, green metal with rust around the edges. She said there's something in there for you. I froze again. Rachel's old green tackle box was in my storage unit. I'd kept it after she moved to Florida, but hadn't opened it in years. The next morning, I drove to the storage facility and dug out the tackle box. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely work the latch. Inside, under layers of fishing lures and line, was an envelope with my name on it. Inside was a birthday card Rachel had apparently written but never sent. The date on it was from 8 years ago, right around when she moved away. The card read, "To my favorite fishing buddy. Life takes us down different streams, but we're always connected by the memories we made on the water. Love you always, Rachel." I sat there on the dusty floor of my storage unit, holding this card that had been waiting for me for 8 years, and felt like the universe had just reached out and touched me directly. I've asked Ellie dozens of times how this is possible. She says she doesn't know. She describes it as Rachel simply being there in our bedroom, as real as I was, speaking directly to her. Ellie says it wasn't frightening. It felt natural and peaceful. But I can tell the experience has shaken her too. I don't control when these things happen, she told me. I think Rachel just really needed you to know she was okay, and somehow she found a way to tell you. I've spent the last few weeks trying to make sense of what happened. I'm not religious. I've never believed in an afterlife. But how do I explain this? How could Ellie know these intimate details about a woman I'd never mentioned, right down to her earrings and hair color? I find myself looking at Ellie differently now, not with fear, but with wonder. What else can she perceive that the rest of us miss? She's still uncomfortable talking about it. She says connecting with whatever this was leaves her feeling drained and vulnerable. I respect that and don't push, but I can't stop thinking about that night, about Rachel finding a way to reach me, to release me from my guilt, about Ellie being the bridge between us, about what this means for everything I thought I understood about life and death. I still don't have answers. I just know that through whatever ability Ellie has, this gift she's afraid of, I received exactly the closure I needed but never thought I'd get. I've stopped trying to explain it rationally. Some experiences go beyond what we can explain. I'm writing this down because I need to tell someone, and I don't know who would believe me. But I know what happened, and every time I think about Rachel now, instead of feeling guilt, I feel peace. Somehow, across whatever divides life from death, she found a way to tell me it's okay, and I believe her. Story 16. I've been hesitating to share this for months now. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened that night back in January. Even as I type this, my hands get clammy thinking about it. I'm not the type who believes in the paranormal. I'm pretty grounded, actually. But what happened that night has made me question everything I thought I knew about reality. It was a Friday night, nothing special. I had come home from work exhausted after a brutal week. My boss had been breathing down my neck about a project deadline, and I'd been putting in 12-hour days just to keep up. I remember microwaving some leftover pasta, watching some mindless videos on my phone, and crawling into bed around 11. Nothing out of the ordinary. I fell asleep almost immediately, the kind of deep sleep that comes after complete exhaustion. No tossing and turning, just lights out. I'm not sure how long I was asleep when it happened. It must have been the middle of the night, that dead time when the world feels completely still. You know that feeling when you're dreaming, but you're also somehow aware that you're dreaming? That's what it felt like at first. In this dream state, I got up from my bed. Everything looked exactly like my actual bedroom. The pile of laundry I hadn't put away yet, my laptop still open on the desk, the light from the street lamp filtering through the curtains I keep meaning to replace. It all felt so normal, that I didn't question it. I remember walking out to use the bathroom, and when I returned to my room, she was there, just standing in the corner near my closet. A woman in white clothing, not like a wedding dress or anything dramatic like that, more like a simple white cotton outfit, long dark hair that hung past her shoulders. She wasn't doing anything, just standing there, completely still, facing toward me but with her head slightly lowered so I couldn't clearly see her face. The air in the room changed instantly. Have you ever walked into a room where people have just had a massive argument, that thick, suffocating tension? It was like that, but 100 times worse. The air felt heavy, like it was pressing down on my chest, making it hard to breathe. The temperature seemed to drop several degrees in seconds. What really got to me wasn't just her presence, it was how my body reacted to her. Every instinct was screaming danger. I felt this primal fear surge through me, the kind that bypasses all rational thought. My stomach clenched, my mouth went dry, and I broke out in a cold sweat all over. I stood frozen in the doorway for what felt like forever, but was probably just seconds. Then she slowly raised her head, and I still can't properly describe what I saw. It wasn't that her face was disfigured or monstrous. It was almost blank, with features that seemed to shift slightly, like they couldn't quite settle. But her eyes, they were fixed on me with such intensity, such malevolence. They communicated one clear message. I didn't belong in my own bedroom, she did. That's when something strange happened. Instead of running away like any sane person would, I felt a sudden rush of anger. This was my space. My room. Who the hell was she to invade it? Without thinking, I lunged at her. I'm not a violent person. I've never been in a fight in my life. But in that moment, all I wanted was to drive this intruder out. As I charged toward her, her expression didn't change. She didn't flinch or move, which somehow made it even more terrifying. Just as I was about to make contact with her, I felt it. The best way I can describe it is like running full speed into a wall of invisible rubber. There was this force, this energy that caught me and then violently threw me backward. I slammed against the wall opposite my closet, hard enough that picture frames rattled. The impact knocked the wind out of me, and for a few seconds I couldn't breathe at all. As I struggled to get air back into my lungs, slumped against the wall, the woman took a step toward me. Just one step, but it filled me with absolute dread. I knew somehow that if she reached me, something terrible would happen. In that moment of pure panic, a memory surfaced from my childhood. My grandmother, who was deeply religious, used to recite the Hanuman Chalisa when she was frightened or needed strength. She taught it to me when I was young, and although I'm not particularly religious now, those Sanskrit verses remain tucked away in my memory. Almost involuntarily, I began to recite it. My voice was shaky at first, barely audible. Jai Hanuman Gyan Gan Sagar. The woman stopped. I swear I'm not making this up. Her form seemed to waver slightly, like a television with bad reception. I kept going, the words coming back to me, as if I'd been reciting them daily all my life instead of hardly at all since childhood. With each verse, my voice grew stronger. The heaviness in the air began to shift. It's hard to explain, but I felt like I was tapping into something powerful, something beyond myself. It wasn't just about the religious aspect. It was like finding a source of strength when I needed it most desperately. Bal buddhi vidya dehu mohe, harahu kales vikar. As I continued chanting, I slowly got to my feet, never taking my eyes off her. She remained where she was, but I could sense her weakening, retreating. The oppressive feeling in the room was lifting, like air rushing back in after a vacuum. I felt a surge of courage and took a step toward her, then another. The chant flowed from me now, each word feeling like it carried physical weight. The woman started moving backward toward my window. Her movements weren't natural. She didn't exactly walk, but rather seemed to be pushed back by an invisible force with each word I spoke. I kept advancing, the chant growing louder, and she kept retreating until her back was against the window. The curtains rippled around her, even though there was no breeze. Her form seemed less substantial now, flickering like a faulty light bulb, but her eyes remained fixed on me with that same intensity. Something told me I needed to finish this, that leaving her there would be dangerous. I summoned every ounce of strength I had left and launched myself at her again, the final verses of the Hanuman Chalisa pouring from me. This time, when I reached her, there was no invisible barrier. My hands connected with something that felt both solid and not, like pushing through heavy silk. The momentum carried us both toward the window, and I remember a strange moment of confusion as we seemed to phase through the glass rather than break it. What happened next is still fuzzy. I either pushed her out of the window, or we both fell out together. I remember a sensation of falling, the night air rushing past me, and a high-pitched sound that might have been her screaming or might have been my own voice. Then, suddenly, I was awake in my bed, sitting bolt upright, drenched in sweat, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. I sat there for what must have been an hour, afraid to move, afraid to turn on the light, afraid to go back to sleep. The memory of what had just happened was so vivid, so unlike any dream I'd ever had. My throat felt raw, as if I really had been chanting loudly. My shoulder ached where I'd hit the wall. Everything about it felt real. When dawn finally broke, I inspected my room carefully. The window was closed and intact. The picture frames were all perfectly straight on the wall. There was no physical evidence of what I'd experienced, but I knew something had happened. Here's the weirdest part, and the reason I'm finally sharing this. In the months since that night, my home has felt different, better. Before that night, I'd always had this vague sense of unease in my bedroom. Nothing I could put my finger on, just a feeling that I wasn't completely alone, or that I was being watched. It was subtle enough that I'd learned to ignore it, to convince myself it was just anxiety or an overactive imagination. But after that night, total peace. The atmosphere is lighter. I sleep better than I have in years. No nightmares, no insomnia, no unexplained noises in the night. It's like whatever negative energy was there is completely gone. I've never seen that woman again, not even in dreams. Sometimes I wonder if she was really just a dream, some manifestation of stress or anxiety that my subconscious created and then defeated. But then I remember how real it all felt, how different from any dream I've ever had, and I'm not so sure. I've researched similar experiences online and found stories about night hags or shadow people that share some elements with what I experienced. I've read about sleep paralysis too, but this wasn't that. I was moving freely throughout the entire experience. The Hanuman Chalisa connection feels significant. My grandmother always told me it had protective powers, that reciting it would give strength and dispel negative forces. I never really believed her. I thought it was just cultural superstition. Now I'm not so sure. I still don't know what to make of it all. Was she a ghost, a demon, a stress-induced hallucination? Was the Hanuman Chalisa actually powerful, or was it just a tool my mind used to give me courage? All I know is that something changed that night. Something left my home or was driven out and hasn't returned. And while part of me wants answers, another part is just grateful for the peace I've found since. Sometimes I catch myself staring at that corner of my room where she stood, or looking out that window wondering where she went. Did I banish her completely, or is she out there somewhere, finding her way into someone else's dreams? I hope not. I've never told anyone this story until now. It sounds crazy, I know, but it happened. Dream or not, it was real to me, and I still don't know how to explain it. Story 17. I still get chills thinking about what happened that day on the old train tracks. I'm honestly hesitant to even type this out, but I need to tell someone who might understand. Growing up in our small town, there wasn't much for teenagers to do. The abandoned train tracks that ran through the woods about a mile from my neighborhood became our unofficial hangout spot. During the day, they were actually kind of beautiful in a forgotten, overgrown way. The rails cut through dense forest, with a small waterfall about 2 miles in, if you followed them far enough. Most people in town knew about them. You'd see families walking their dogs there on weekends, couples taking romantic strolls, and obviously plenty of bored teenagers like us. But the tracks had this weird reputation too. Some people went there for other reasons. The kind of people who did seances or brought Ouija boards or performed little rituals they'd found online. I always thought that stuff was stupid, to be honest. Just people trying to scare themselves for fun. Still, there was something undeniably strange about those tracks. Even in broad daylight, you'd sometimes get this feeling like you weren't alone, like something was watching you from between the trees. I'd catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, only to turn and find nothing there. Sometimes you'd hear noises that didn't make sense, like voices carrying from impossible distances, or sounds that didn't match anything that should be in those woods. Because of this, my friends and I had one strict rule: never go to the tracks after dark, ever. During the day was fine, but once the sun started setting, it was time to leave. I can't really explain why we were all so adamant about this rule. It just felt necessary, which brings me to that day, a Saturday in late October when I was 17. The plan was simple. My best friend H and I were going to meet our other friend B at the entrance to the tracks around 2 in the afternoon. We'd walk to the waterfall, hang out for a bit and be back before sunset. Except nothing went according to plan. First, B texted saying she was running late because she got into another fight with her boyfriend. Then she called to ask if her boyfriend could come too, since they'd made up and he wanted to hang out. I didn't really like the guy, but whatever. Then her brother wanted to come along too. By the time everyone finally showed up at my house, it was already past 4. I remember checking the time on my phone and feeling uneasy. Sunset was around 6:30 that time of year, which didn't give us much time to get to the waterfall and back before dark. I almost suggested we do something else, but everyone was already there and excited about going, so I kept my mouth shut. We finally got to the entrance of the tracks around 4:30. The sun was already noticeably lower in the sky, casting long shadows through the trees. From the moment we stepped onto those rusty old rails, I knew something was off. The air felt heavier somehow, colder. The usual ambient sounds of the forest seemed muffled, like something was absorbing them. "Do you guys hear that?" H asked after we'd been walking for about 15 minutes. We all stopped to listen. At first, I didn't hear anything unusual, but then it registered. Faint sounds of what seemed like children playing and screaming in the distance. This wasn't entirely unusual during daylight hours. Sometimes families with kids would be at the tracks. But something about these sounds felt wrong. They were too distant, too echoing, and there was a quality to them I couldn't quite place. "Probably just some kids further down," B's boyfriend said with a shrug. But I noticed he was scanning the trees nervously. We kept walking and the sounds grew clearer. What had started as what seemed like children playing had transformed into what sounded distinctly like a woman screaming. Not screaming in terror, but almost like she was calling out to someone, her voice echoing through the trees. I felt the hairs on my arms stand up. "Guys, I really don't like this," I said, stopping in my tracks. "Maybe we should head back." "Don't be such a baby." B's boyfriend laughed, but it sounded forced. "It's just people messing around." We continued walking, though I noticed we were all moving closer together now. The screaming suddenly stopped, and the silence that followed was somehow worse. It was like the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting for something. After about 30 more minutes of walking, the group had spread out a bit. B and her boyfriend had fallen behind and were arguing in hushed voices. Her brother was walking with them, looking uncomfortable and bored. H had wandered ahead, examining something on the ground about 20 feet in front of us. I was somewhere in the middle, feeling increasingly anxious as I noticed the sun was now significantly lower, casting an orange glow through the trees. "H," I called out, my voice sounding small in the strange silence of the woods. "I think we should turn back. It's getting late." H looked up and nodded, seeming relieved that I'd suggested it. "Yeah, this place is giving me the creeps today." As we waited for the others to catch up, H and I stood in the middle of the tracks, talking quietly about how strange everything felt. "It's like the air is too thick," H whispered, "like something's pressing down on us." I nodded, understanding exactly what she meant. That's when I made the mistake of looking into the trees to our left. I'll never forget what I saw there. At first, I thought they were just unusually shaped trees, or maybe large mushrooms growing on fallen logs. But then one of them moved. I focused my eyes, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. There were children standing at the edge of the forest. At least they had the size and general shape of children. They wore what looked like dirty white clothes, almost like old-fashioned nightgowns, but their faces weren't right. Their skin was ashen grey, and where their eyes should have been were just dark, empty pits. They stood perfectly still, watching us from between the trees. I counted 5 of them before my brain refused to process any more. I grabbed H's arm so hard she yelped. "What the—" she began, but stopped when she followed my gaze. Her face went completely white. "Run," I whispered. "Now." We didn't wait for the others. We just turned and ran back the way we'd come. I heard B calling after us, confused, but I didn't stop to explain. All I knew was that we needed to get away from those things in the woods. As we ran, the tracks beneath our feet seemed to stretch on forever. Landmarks I was sure we'd passed on the way in were nowhere to be seen. The forest around us grew darker by the second, though I knew sunset shouldn't have progressed that quickly. That's when I heard the footsteps behind us, not the footsteps of B and the others running to catch up. These were different, heavier, rhythmic, like something large was pursuing us at a steady, unhurried pace. I made the mistake of looking back. There was a figure on the tracks behind us, too far away to see clearly in the fading light, but distinctly not one of our friends. It was tall, impossibly tall, and seemed to be gliding rather than walking. "Don't look back," H screamed, pulling me forward. "Just keep running." The air grew colder as we ran, our breath forming clouds in front of our faces, even though it had been a mild autumn day. The sound of our footsteps on the gravel between the tracks was drowned out by the pounding of my heart. The entire time, I could feel that thing behind us, never speeding up, but somehow never falling further behind either. I don't know how long we ran. It felt like hours, but couldn't have been more than 15 minutes. Finally, we saw the entrance to the tracks ahead of us. We burst out onto the normal dirt path that led back to the neighborhood, both of us gasping for breath. I turned around, half expecting to see that tall figure emerging from the tracks after us, but there was nothing there, just the empty rails stretching back into the increasingly dark forest. A few minutes later, B, her boyfriend, and her brother came walking out, looking annoyed. "What the hell was that about?" B's boyfriend demanded. "Why did you guys just take off?" I opened my mouth to explain about the children in the woods and the thing that had chased us, but H cut me off. "Thought we saw a bear," she lied smoothly. Better safe than sorry. On the walk home, H and I hung back from the others, speaking in hushed voices. "You saw them too, right?" I asked desperately. "The children in the woods?" H nodded, her face still pale. "And the thing that followed us. What was it? What were they?" She shook her head. "I don't know, but I'm never going back there again." We never did go back to the tracks at night after that. During the day, sometimes with a large enough group, but never as the sun was setting. Never. About a year later, I was talking to my ex-boyfriend, who I'd broken up with before all this happened. He mentioned going to the tracks alone one day to clear his head after our breakup. He'd gone all the way to the waterfall area and was sitting there when he heard what sounded like children singing. He thought it was weird, since he hadn't seen anyone else on the tracks that day. When he got up to investigate, the singing stopped. He said he felt like he was being watched the entire walk back. I didn't tell him what H and I had seen. I couldn't bring myself to put it into words again, but his story confirmed what I already knew. There's something on those tracks, something that doesn't want us there, something that's been there for a long time, watching and waiting. To this day, I can't explain what we saw. I've researched local history, looking for stories of children who might have died near the tracks, but found nothing conclusive. The only thing I know for sure is that those tracks aren't just abandoned. They're haunted by something that isn't human, and whatever games people play with the unknown there, they're playing with forces they can't possibly understand. Story 18. I never believed in ghosts until I moved into that house. It was supposed to be my dream home, a beautiful Victorian right on the river, the kind of place I'd always imagined raising my family in. When I found out it was bank-owned and within my budget, I jumped at the chance. I should have known something was off by how cheap it was, but I was blinded by the opportunity. The first time I walked through it after getting the keys, my stomach dropped. The previous owners had absolutely trashed the place, and I don't mean they left some garbage behind or didn't clean. I mean they deliberately destroyed things. There were holes punched in the walls, not just small ones, but massive, violent-looking damage, like someone had taken a sledgehammer to them in a rage. The weirdest thing was finding random bars set up throughout the house. Not just one, but several small stations stocked with half-empty bottles of alcohol in the strangest places. One in a hallway closet, another in what should have been a linen cabinet. It was as if whoever lived here needed a drink within arm's reach at all times, no matter where they were in the house. When I tried to use the sinks, nothing drained. After calling a plumber, we discovered cement had been poured down several drains. Who does that? The appliances that remained had been partially disassembled or disabled. Wires cut on the dishwasher, gas line to the stove tampered with. It felt deliberate, malicious, like they wanted to make sure no one else could live here comfortably. I spent weeks fixing what I could and replacing what I couldn't. My daughter helped me paint over the holes in the walls until we could afford proper repairs. We tried to make it our own, but there was always this feeling that the house was resistant to us somehow. About a month after moving in, I noticed small things going missing, then reappearing in bizarre places. My car keys would vanish from the hook by the door and turn up in the refrigerator. My daughter's homework would disappear from her backpack and show up neatly stacked on the dining room table. At first, I chalked it up to stress and forgetfulness. Moving is hard, especially into a fixer-upper. I figured we were just distracted. Then things started appearing that weren't ours at all. I found an antique perfume bottle on my dresser one morning. Beautiful blue glass with a silver filigree cap. I assumed my daughter had found it somewhere in the house and put it there, but when I asked her about it, she had no idea what I was talking about. A few days later, an old wooden toy train appeared on the windowsill in the living room. Not some modern reproduction, but a genuine antique with chipped paint and worn wheels. We hadn't bought it, and had never seen it before. The light orbs started about 2 months in. I'd be sitting in the living room after my daughter went to bed, reading or watching TV, when in my peripheral vision I'd catch glimpses of soft, glowing balls of light drifting through the room. They weren't reflections. All the lights would be off, except for my reading lamp, and these orbs moved with purpose, floating from one side of the room to the other before disappearing through the wall. The first few times I saw them, I jumped up and turned on all the lights, searching for some explanation. Maybe car headlights from the road, or some weird reflection. But there was never anything that could explain what I was seeing. The house seemed to react to our emotions, especially negative ones. Whenever my daughter and I would have an argument, normal parent-kid stuff, nothing major, the walls would start to knock and thud. Not like settling noises that old houses make, but deliberate, rhythmic knocking, like someone was standing inside the wall, rapping their knuckles against the plaster. During particularly heated moments, the floors above us would creak and groan, as if someone was pacing back and forth, stomping their feet in agitation. I tried to ignore it all. I'd sunk every penny I had into this place, and the thought of losing it was too much to bear. So I pretended the strange occurrences were just quirks of an old house, that my imagination was working overtime, that the stress of being a single mom and homeowner was getting to me. Then came the night that changed everything. I was downstairs washing dishes when I heard my daughter's footsteps thundering down the stairs. She burst into the kitchen, face pale, eyes wide with terror. "Mom," she gasped, "there's a man in my room." My heart stopped. What man? Did you see him?" She shook her head frantically. "No, but I heard him. I was singing to myself while I was drawing, and a voice said, 'Shut your mouth, little lady.' It was right by my ear." I grabbed a knife from the block and took the stairs 2 at a time, my daughter clinging to my free hand. At the top of the landing, I told her to stay put while I checked her room. The door was open just as she'd left it, her colored pencils scattered across her bed where she'd been drawing. I flipped on the light and looked everywhere. Under the bed, in the closet, behind the curtains. Nothing. Until I turned off the light to leave. That's when I saw it. A soft, glowing orb hovering at about the height of an adult man's head, moving slowly back and forth at the foot of my daughter's bed. Not drifting aimlessly like the others I'd seen, but moving with deliberate precision, back and forth like someone pacing. As I stood frozen in the doorway, it suddenly zipped toward the wall and vanished. My daughter slept in my room that night, and for many nights after. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't afford to move, but I was terrified of what was happening in our home. Was I putting her at risk by staying? Was I losing my mind? I needed answers, so I decided to talk to the neighbors. Most were relatively new to the area, but there was one elderly man, Fred, who'd lived in the house next door for over 40 years. When I casually mentioned some strange occurrences in my house, his expression darkened. "That place has history," he told me, leaning across his porch railing. "Before the last family bought it, there was a horrible murder there. Man killed his wife, beat her to death right in the front room. This was back in the 60s. He went to prison and died there." A chill ran through me. Did anyone else die there? Fred scratched his chin thoughtfully. "Not that I know of, though the last family didn't stay long. Moved in, spent a fortune renovating, then left suddenly. Didn't even try to sell it properly, just walked away and let the bank take it. Just like the family before them," I thought grimly. I was about to leave when Fred called after me. "There's something else you should know about that house. It has a cellar." I frowned. "No, it doesn't. I've been through every inch of that place." Fred shook his head. "It does. Old coal cellar from when the house was first built. The entrance is hidden. It's under the HVAC unit in the utility room off the garage. You have to move the whole unit to access it. Previous owners sealed it up years ago, but it's there." I thanked him and went home, my mind racing. A hidden cellar. What could be down there? Part of me didn't want to know, but another part felt drawn to the mystery. Maybe there were answers down there about who or what was sharing our home. For days I debated looking for the cellar entrance. I was terrified of what I might find, but also desperate to understand what was happening. The activity in the house had increased. More objects moving, more orbs, more knocking. It was as if whatever was there knew I was onto something and was trying to communicate more urgently. One night, my daughter was at a sleepover and I was home alone, the perfect opportunity to investigate. I entered the garage and made my way to the utility room, a small space just big enough for the HVAC system and water heater. I'd been in there before, but had never noticed anything unusual. Now that I looked more carefully, I could see that the HVAC unit sat on a slightly raised platform, different from the concrete floor of the rest of the room. I began examining the edges, looking for a way to move it or open whatever might be underneath. I was so focused that I didn't notice the temperature in the room dropping until I could see my breath clouding in front of my face. Then, without warning, the security door connecting the garage to the house slammed shut with a deafening bang. I jumped up and tried the handle. Locked. I hadn't locked it. I never locked it. I jiggled the handle frantically, but it wouldn't budge. I was trapped. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaking. "Is someone there?" Silence answered me, but the air grew even colder. I wrapped my arms around myself, shivering violently, when suddenly I felt it, a strange whooshing sensation that seemed to pass right through my body, from the top of my head to the soles of my feet. The closest thing I can compare it to is the feeling of diving into cold water, that moment when your whole body is submerged at once. With the sensation came a crushing pressure around my throat, as if invisible hands were gripping me. I gasped for air, clawing at my neck, but there was nothing there to fight against. Just as panic began to overwhelm me, I heard words in my mind, not spoken aloud but clear as day. "You have to let go. You're free." The pressure on my throat vanished immediately. I stood there gasping, tears streaming down my face, when a sudden rage filled me. Not my own emotions, but something external pushing into me, filling me with a stranger's fury. Without thinking, I grabbed the doorknob with both hands and pulled with all my might. To my shock, the entire mechanism tore free from the door with a splintering crack. I staggered backward, holding the steel doorknob and lock assembly in my hands, staring at it in disbelief. I'm not strong. I've never been strong. There's no way I should have been able to do that. I pushed through the broken door and ran through the house, turning on every light, not stopping until I reached my bedroom. I locked the door and sat on my bed, still clutching the torn-off doorknob, until morning came. The strange thing is, after that night, everything changed. The activity in the house didn't stop, but it felt different, more peaceful. The orbs still appeared, but they no longer felt threatening. Objects still moved, but now they would be arranged in helpful ways. My missing glasses placed on top of important mail I needed to see. My daughter's favorite stuffed animal that had been lost for weeks returned to her pillow. The knocking and thumping during arguments stopped completely. Instead, when tensions rose in the house, we'd find small, unexpected gifts. A wildflower on the kitchen table, an interesting stone on the windowsill, an old coin placed carefully on a desk. As for me, I found myself healing from trauma I hadn't even realized I was carrying, past hurts that had shaped my decisions, my fears, my reluctance to trust. They began to fade. You have to let go. You're free. Those words played in my mind often, and somehow I knew they were true. I never did open that cellar. Something tells me the old man, as my daughter and I came to call him, wouldn't want us down there. That's his space, his history, his burden. And whatever happened to him, whatever caused him to do the terrible things Fred told me about, I think he's trying to make amends in his own way. Sometimes I still feel that whooshing sensation, especially when I'm facing a difficult decision or feeling lost. It's like he's passing through me, reminding me that I'm stronger than I think. I don't know why he's chosen to help rather than harm us. I don't know why he can tear a steel doorknob from solid wood through my hands, but chooses to arrange flowers and return lost toys. All I know is that my dream home came with an unexpected guardian, and somehow, against all logic, I think he has my best interests at heart. Story 19. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that summer evening in southeast North Carolina. It was 30 years ago now, but I remember it like it was yesterday. Some memories fade with time, but this one stays crystal clear. I was 11 years old, visiting my aunt who lived in Arran Lakes West, a neighborhood not far from Fort Bragg. It was one of those typical hot, sticky summer evenings in North Carolina, the kind where the humidity hangs in the air and your t-shirt sticks to your back. My siblings and I were supposed to be staying at my aunt's house for the weekend while our parents were away. That evening, we were all sitting in the living room watching TV when we heard sirens wailing in the distance. My older brother ran to the window and shouted that he could see smoke rising from somewhere in the neighborhood. Word quickly spread that a house about half a mile away had caught fire. My siblings immediately wanted to go see what was happening. That's just what kids did back then. Any excitement in the neighborhood was worth investigating. My aunt reluctantly agreed they could go, but asked me to bring my little cousin Tommy along, since he was only 5 and couldn't keep up with the older kids. Tommy was playing with his toys and didn't even seem interested in the fire, so I told my siblings to go ahead and that we'd catch up. About 15 minutes later, Tommy finally decided he wanted to see the fire too, so we headed out. By then, the sun was starting to set, casting long shadows across the neighborhood. We took the main road that wound around Arran Lakes, figuring we'd see where everyone had gathered and join them there. The lake was to our left, partially hidden by a strip of woods, maybe 50 yards wide, that separated the water from the road. To our right were houses, most with their lights on as evening approached. Tommy was dragging his feet, stopping to pick up sticks and rocks, so our progress was slow. I remember getting a bit annoyed with him, but trying not to show it. We'd walked about a quarter mile when it happened. A scream tore through the evening air. Not just any scream. This was a girl's voice, high-pitched and absolutely terrified. It was the kind of sound that stops your heart, that makes the hair on your arms stand straight up. It wasn't a playful scream or someone being startled. This was raw fear. This was someone in serious trouble. The scream came from the wooded area between the road and the lake, and it sounded close, maybe 30 or 40 feet into the trees. I froze, gripping Tommy's hand tighter. He looked up at me, his eyes wide. "What was that?" he whispered. Before I could answer, the scream came again, even more desperate this time. It sounded like a teenage girl, and she was screaming like someone was attacking her. I can still hear it in my head sometimes, that horrible blood-curdling scream that seemed to say, "Help me, I'm dying." I knew I had to do something. I told Tommy to stay right where he was on the sidewalk and not to move an inch. He nodded, looking scared but obedient. "Hello?" I yelled toward the woods. "Are you okay? Where are you?" No answer came back, just the evening sounds of crickets and distant traffic. I took a few steps toward the tree line. "Hello, do you need help? We can hear you." Still nothing. Not another scream, not a call for help, not rustling branches. Nothing. That's when the first chill ran down my spine. The scream had been so clear, so close. How could there be no response? I was scared, but also worried that someone was hurt. I walked a few steps into the woods, calling out again. The trees weren't super dense, but there were enough of them to block clear visibility after about 20 feet. The ground was covered in pine needles that crunched under my feet. "Is anyone there? Are you hurt?" I called again. Just silence. I glanced back at Tommy, who was standing right where I'd left him, looking anxious. I didn't want to go any deeper into the woods, especially with him waiting alone. I was about to turn back when I heard tires on the road and saw a car slowing down. A woman in military fatigues, clearly a soldier from Fort Bragg, stopped her car and rolled down the window. "Everything okay here?" she asked. Looking between me and Tommy, I heard someone screaming in the woods, I explained, my voice shaking a bit. It sounded like a girl, and she sounded really scared, like someone was hurting her. The woman's expression changed immediately. She parked her car, got out, and told us to stay on the road. She was probably in her 20s, with her hair pulled back in a tight bun. I remember feeling relieved that an adult was taking over. "When did you hear it?" she asked, looking toward the woods. "Just a minute ago," I said. "It came from right in there, but when I called out, nobody answered." She cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted toward the woods. "Hello, this is Army personnel. If you're in there and need help, please respond." We waited, but again, only silence answered. The soldier looked concerned. "Stay with your brother," she said to me, assuming Tommy was my sibling. "I'm going to take a look." She walked about 50 feet into the woods, calling out every few steps. I watched her disappear into the trees, then reappear a moment later, moving parallel to the road. She searched for about 5 minutes before returning to us. "I don't see anyone," she said, frowning. "Are you sure about what you heard?" "Yes, Ma'am," I insisted. "It was a girl screaming, like she was being attacked or something. It was really loud and clear." She believed me enough to call it in on her car radio. While we waited, I spotted the flashing lights of fire trucks in the distance. The house fire must have been under control. The soldier flagged down one of the trucks as it headed back from the scene. 2 firefighters joined our little search party. One stayed with Tommy, while the soldier, the other firefighter, and I walked into the woods together. They brought powerful flashlights since it was getting darker by the minute. We searched in a grid pattern, calling out every few steps. The firefighter explained they were taking it seriously because sometimes people fell into the lake or got hurt hiking in these woods. We searched for nearly an hour. More firefighters joined in, and eventually a police officer arrived. They expanded the search area all along that section of woods, all the way to the lakefront, and found absolutely nothing. No girl, no signs of a struggle, no footprints or disturbed areas. Nothing. The police officer took my information and asked me to describe exactly what I'd heard. I told him it sounded like a teenage girl, screaming in absolute terror, and that the sound seemed to come from just a short distance into the woods. He asked if I could have been mistaken. Maybe it was an animal or a bird. I shook my head. I knew what I heard. It was human, and it was terrifying. By then, my aunt had found us. Someone had told her about the search, and she'd come looking for us. Tommy was tired and confused, and I was shaken. They eventually called off the search as full darkness fell. The police officer said they'd check missing persons reports and asked my aunt to call if I remembered any other details. The next day, I overheard my aunt talking to the police on the phone. No one had been reported missing. No accidents had been recorded near the lake. No one had heard the screams except for me and Tommy. But here's the thing that still gives me chills 30 years later. Those screams sounded like they were coming from just a few feet away from me. When I moved toward where I thought they were coming from, there was nothing there. And they just stopped. Like whatever made them vanished into thin air. In the days that followed, I kept asking if they'd found the girl. My aunt eventually sat me down and gently suggested that maybe I'd heard something else, a fox or a bird that sounded like a human scream. But I know what I heard. Foxes don't scream, "Help me," with human vocal cords, and the fear in that voice, no animal makes that sound. I've tried to rationalize it over the years. Maybe it was someone playing a cruel prank with a portable speaker. But this was the early 90s. People weren't carrying around high-quality Bluetooth speakers. Maybe the sound carried weirdly across the lake from somewhere else. But then why did it stop when I called out? I've been back to Arran Lakes a few times as an adult. The neighborhood has changed, with new houses and cleared sections of woods. I always get a weird feeling when I drive past that spot. I've researched the area's history, looking for stories of drownings or accidents near that section of the lake, but never found anything conclusive. The older I get, the more I'm convinced that what I heard that evening wasn't something of this world. That scream came from somewhere else, or some other time. Maybe it was an echo of something terrible that happened years before, or a warning about something that never came to pass because we searched the woods that night. All I know for certain is that a girl screamed in those woods. I heard her terror, clear as day. Dozens of people searched, and no one was found. No one was missing. No one was hurt. but someone was screaming, and 30 years later I still hear it sometimes in my dreams. Story 20. I still get goosebumps thinking about this, but I need to get it off my chest. This happened when I was 14, about 6 years ago. My friend Pat invited me on a camping trip with his dad and 2 uncles. I was super excited since I hadn't been camping much, and my parents thought it would be good for me to experience the outdoors instead of playing video games all weekend. We drove about 2.5 hours north of where I lived, into this really remote area. I remember the drive felt like forever, especially the last part where we were on these narrow dirt roads that seemed to lead to nowhere. Pat's dad kept checking some hand-drawn map his buddy had given him, and eventually we pulled over on the side of this barely there road. There wasn't even a proper parking spot, just a small clearing where we left the truck. From there, we had to canoe down this winding river for almost an hour. The whole time, Pat and I were in our own canoe, trying to race his dad and uncles, but we kept getting stuck in shallow spots. By the time we reached the lake, my arms were burning, but the view was worth it. The lake was surrounded by dense forest, and it was so quiet you could hear the smallest sounds echoing across the water. We set up camp on a small clearing by the shore. It was pretty basic. 3 tents, a fire pit, and a makeshift table using a fallen log. While we were unpacking, I noticed this cabin across the lake. It looked super creepy from a distance. Grey, weathered wood. Part of the roof was caved in on one side, and there were bushes and weeds growing all around it. I pointed it out to Pat, and immediately we both wanted to check it out. Pat's dad and uncles were more interested in fishing and had already cracked open some beers. After we helped set up camp, Pat asked if we could take one of the canoes to explore. His dad barely looked up from baiting his hook and just said, "Sure, but be back before dark and don't do anything stupid." If only he knew what we were about to find. It took us maybe 15 minutes to paddle across. The cabin looked even more run down up close. Windows were grimy, and there was this musty smell coming from it. The front door had this ancient-looking padlock on it, but when Pat touched it, the thing just fell off. We looked at each other, and even though we both seemed hesitant, neither of us wanted to be the chicken, so in we went. The inside of the cabin was nothing like the outside. Yeah, it was dusty and smelled moldy, but it was obvious someone had been there recently. There were freshish cigarette butts in an ashtray, some empty beer bottles scattered around, and a kerosene lamp that still had fuel in it. The main room had this old couch with tears in it and a coffee table covered in magazines. When we got closer, we realized they were porn magazines, not just normal ones either. They were the really explicit kind that we definitely weren't supposed to be looking at. Pat nudged me and pointed to a side table where there was a glass bong and a small plastic bag with what was definitely weed. I'd never seen actual drugs before except in those school anti-drug videos, and it freaked me out a little to be standing in what was clearly someone's party spot. But that wasn't even the weirdest part. Against one wall were 2 shotguns leaning in the corner. Being stupid 14-year-old boys, we couldn't resist picking them up. I had never held a real gun before, and it was way heavier than I expected. Pat started pointing his around, making shooting noises, and even though I knew we shouldn't be touching them, I joined in. We had no idea if they were loaded or not, which makes me sick to my stomach thinking about it now. Just as we were about to put the guns back, Pat called me over to a door on the far side of the room. "Dude, check this out," he whispered. I put the shotgun down and followed him. The door led to what I guess was supposed to be a bedroom, but there wasn't a bed. Instead, the room was filled with mannequins. Not just 1 or 2, but maybe 7 or 8 of them, all standing in different poses. Each one was completely naked, and they all had these wigs on. Blonde, brunette, red, long, short, curly, straight. Some had makeup painted on their faces, smeared lipstick and eyeshadow that made them look like creepy dolls. I couldn't move. It was like my feet were stuck to the floor. Pat was just as freaked out, and he grabbed my arm so hard it left marks. "Let's get out of here," he said, and I didn't need to be told twice. We ran out of that cabin like it was on fire, almost forgetting to close the door behind us. Neither of us said a word as we paddled back across the lake, but we kept looking over our shoulders like we expected something to be following us. When we got back to camp, Pat's dad and uncles were still fishing, more beers in hand now. They asked if we found anything cool, and we just shrugged and mumbled something about the cabin being empty. I don't know why we didn't tell them the truth. Maybe we thought they wouldn't believe us, or worse, they'd think we were making it up to get out of the trip. We tried to act normal for the rest of the afternoon, helping gather firewood and set up for dinner, but I couldn't stop thinking about those mannequins with their dead plastic eyes and that room that smelled like dust and something else I couldn't place. As the sun started to set, Pat's dad got a fire going and started cooking these huge steaks on a portable grill. The smell would normally have made my mouth water, but my appetite was completely gone. Pat seemed to feel the same way, pushing his food around his plate when we finally sat down to eat. We were about halfway through dinner when we heard the sound of a motor coming across the lake. Everyone stopped eating and looked up. Through the growing darkness, I could make out a small motorboat heading straight for our camp. Pat's dad stood up, hand shielding his eyes against the last rays of sunlight. The boat pulled up to our little makeshift dock, really just a fallen tree extending into the water. And two men got out. Even in the fading light, I could tell they were in their 40s or 50s. One was tall and skinny with a patchy beard, wearing a flannel shirt despite the warm evening. The other was shorter, stockier, with a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. "Evening, folks," the taller one called out, waving as they approached our campfire. "Didn't expect to see anyone out here this time of year." Pat's dad nodded, polite but clearly cautious. "Just doing some fishing with my son, nephew, and brothers." The shorter man's eyes landed on Pat and me, and I felt this chill that had nothing to do with the evening air. "Nice spot you got here," he said, but he was still looking at us. "Catch anything good?" One of Pat's uncles, Mike, I think, held up a string with 4 decent-sized fish. "Been a good day so far." The tall man nodded, then gestured to the cabin across the lake. "That's our place over there. Been in the family for generations." My heart nearly stopped. These were the owners of that cabin with the guns and the drugs and those mannequins. I glanced at Pat and saw he had gone pale. What if they knew we'd been in there? What if they could somehow tell we'd touched their stuff? "We were just wondering if you boys might want to come hang out for a bit," the shorter man said, looking directly at Pat and me. "Got some cool stuff to show kids your age." There was something in the way he said it that made my skin crawl. Pat's dad straightened up immediately, his friendly demeanor vanishing. "Thanks, but the boys are staying with us. We've got an early morning tomorrow." The tall man smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Sure. Just being neighborly." He looked around our camp, eyes lingering on our tents, our gear, like he was taking inventory. "You folks planning to stay long?" "Just tonight," Pat's dad said firmly, heading out at first light. An uncomfortable silence fell over the group. The shorter man kept staring at Pat and me, this weird half-smile on his face. Finally, the tall one clapped his hands together. "Well, we won't keep you from your dinner. Nice meeting you folks." They walked back to their boat, but before getting in, the shorter one turned back. "If you change your mind about coming over, we'll leave the light on," he called, then laughed like he'd said something hilarious. After they left, nobody spoke for a long time. Finally, Mike broke the silence. "Weird guys." Pat's dad nodded, looking across the lake where we could now see a faint light glowing from the cabin windows. "Boys, I want you to stay close to camp. No more exploring, got it?" We both nodded quickly. I wanted to tell him about what we'd found in the cabin, but something stopped me. Maybe it was shame for going through their stuff, or fear that he'd be mad we'd touched the guns. That night, Pat and I shared a tent. Neither of us could sleep. We just lay there, whispering about how creepy those men were and what they might want with us. "Do you think they knew we were in their cabin?" I asked. "I don't know," Pat replied, his voice barely audible. "But those mannequins, what do you think they're for?" I didn't want to think about it. Every sound outside our tent made me jump. The rustle of leaves, the hooting of an owl, the occasional splash from the lake. I kept imagining those men silently paddling across the water, coming for us. At one point, I needed to pee so badly I couldn't hold it anymore. I unzipped the tent as quietly as possible and stepped out. The fire was still going, and I was surprised to see Pat's dad and uncles were still up, sitting around it with serious expressions. They were talking in low voices, and I caught fragments about "not right" and "keep watch." I quickly did my business at the edge of the trees and hurried back to the tent. I told Pat what I'd seen, and it made us feel a little better knowing the adults were keeping guard. Neither of us slept more than a few minutes at a time. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those mannequins with their wigs and blank faces. At the first hint of dawn, Pat's dad was unzipping our tent. "Get up, boys. We're packing up." We didn't ask questions. Everyone moved with urgent purpose, taking down the tents, rolling up sleeping bags, dousing the fire. Nobody mentioned the men from last night, but every few minutes, someone would glance across the lake at the cabin. The light was off now, and there was no sign of movement. We loaded the canoes in record time. Pat's dad insisted we all stick together for the paddle back to the truck, no racing ahead. The journey back seemed to take twice as long, with every bend in the river making my heart race, expecting to see that motorboat appear. When we finally reached the truck and loaded everything up, Pat's dad let out a long breath. "Let's get the hell out of here." On the drive home, Pat finally asked, "Dad, why did we leave so early?" His dad was quiet for a moment, eyes fixed on the road ahead. "Sometimes you just get a feeling about people," he said eventually. "And those guys, I didn't like the way they were looking at you boys. I never told my parents about what happened. When they asked about the trip, I just said it was fine, but the fishing wasn't great. I haven't gone camping since then, and I'm not sure I ever will again." Pat and I don't talk about it much, but sometimes when we're hanging out and there's a lull in the conversation, I can tell he's thinking about it too. About the mannequins with their wigs, about those men and their invitation, about what might have happened if Pat's dad hadn't kept watch all night. I still don't know what those men wanted with us, and I hope I never find out. Story 21. So, I was living in this apartment complex in a small Minnesota town with my mom and brother. It wasn't anything fancy, just a regular 2-story building with maybe 12 units. We were on the second floor, and my bedroom window faced these massive cornfields across the street. That street never had any streetlights, so at night it was pitch black out there, which normally didn't bother me. That particular night, I was playing piano in my room. I've always found it relaxing, especially in the evenings when everything gets quiet. My piano was set up near the window because I liked the natural light during the day. It was probably around 10 o'clock, and I was just messing around with some melodies, not really practicing anything specific. I remember glancing up from the keys and noticing something at the edge of the cornfield across the street. At first, I thought it was just a shadow or maybe a deer. We'd get wildlife coming out of the corn sometimes, but as I looked closer, I realized it was a goat, a black goat just standing there with its head poking out between the corn stalks, looking in my direction. It struck me as weird right away. Nobody in the area kept goats as far as I knew, and it was just watching, not grazing or moving around like you'd expect, just staring toward our building. I remember thinking it must belong to someone and had gotten loose, but something about how still it was standing made me uncomfortable. I went back to playing for a few minutes, trying to ignore it. When I looked up again, my stomach dropped. The goat had moved. It wasn't at the edge of the cornfield anymore. It was standing right in the middle of the street, directly facing our apartment building, just standing there, completely motionless. I should mention that earlier that night, my brother and I had watched this horror movie, one of those typical demon possession films, nothing that would normally freak me out badly. But something about seeing this goat standing there in the dark after that movie sent chills through me. I'm not usually the jumpy type, but the timing was just perfect to creep me out. I stopped playing and moved away from the window, over to my bed on the opposite side of the room. I tried to distract myself with my phone, scrolling through social media, but I kept thinking about the goat. Why was it just standing there? Why wasn't it moving? The logical part of my brain kept saying it was just someone's pet that got loose, but something felt off. After about an hour of trying to ignore it, curiosity got the better of me. I crept back to the window and peeked out, expecting the goat to be gone. It wasn't. It had moved again, but this time it was closer. It was on the grass of our apartment complex, right under the illuminated sign that showed the building's name. That's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Under the yellowish light of the apartment sign, I could see the goat more clearly, and what I saw still haunts me. Instead of normal front hooves, it had hands, human-like hands with long, skinny grey fingers that looked all wrong, twisted and mangled like they had been broken multiple times and healed incorrectly. They bent at unnatural angles, and the way they pressed against the grass as it stood there was just wrong. Everything about it was wrong. I stumbled backward away from the window, my heart hammering in my chest. I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe it was just deformed. Maybe it had some kind of birth defect that made its front legs look weird in the dim light. Maybe I was overtired and my eyes were playing tricks on me after that stupid horror movie. I didn't wake up my mom or brother. What would I even say? Hey, there's a goat outside with human hands. They'd think I was crazy or having a nightmare. So I just laid in bed as far from the window as possible with my back to the wall. I don't know how long it took, but eventually I fell asleep from pure exhaustion. The next morning, I woke up feeling groggy and disoriented. For a few blissful seconds, I didn't remember what had happened the night before. Then it all came flooding back, and I immediately went to the window to look outside. There was no goat, just the empty street and the cornfield beyond. I started convincing myself it had been my imagination or a weird dream. Then I noticed something on my window. On the outside of the glass was a greasy handprint. Not a normal handprint. This one had incredibly long, thin fingers that appeared to bend in impossible directions, exactly like what I'd seen on the goat the night before. And stuck to the grease were small tufts of coarse black hair. My window was on the second floor. There was no balcony, no ledge, no way for anything to reach it from outside. Nothing should have been able to touch my window from the exterior. But something had. I didn't tell my mom or brother about it. I just cleaned the window as quickly as I could, trying not to look too closely at the handprint or the hairs as I wiped them away. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the paper towel. We moved out of that apartment about 6 months later. My mom got a better job in another town, so we relocated. I was relieved, to be honest. Even though I never saw the goat again in real life after that night, I couldn't look out my window after dark anymore. I kept my blinds shut tight as soon as the sun went down, and I moved my piano to the other side of the room. But that wasn't the end of it. After we moved, the goat started appearing in my dreams. Not every night, but often enough to keep the fear fresh. These weren't normal dreams. They were incredibly vivid, the kind where you can feel textures and smell things, the kind that stay with you after you wake up. The worst one happened after I'd moved in with my boyfriend about a year later. In the dream, I was somewhere that looked like Salem during the Puritan times. I was walking from a foggy forest toward what looked like an old colonial town. The air was damp and cold against my skin, and I could smell wood smoke and something earthy and rotten underneath it. I knew without looking that the goat was watching me from the tree line. I could feel its eyes on my back, but in that dream logic way, I knew that turning around would be the worst thing I could do. So I kept walking, my feet crunching on dead leaves, moving as fast as I could without running. The whole time, I could hear something moving in the forest behind me. Not hooves. It was the sound of those wrong, mangled hands dragging through the underbrush. Taps scraping along, getting closer no matter how fast I walked. My boyfriend had to shake me awake because I was twitching and thrashing in my sleep. He said my eyes were half open but rolled back, and I was making these little whimpering noises. When I woke up, I was freezing cold, like I had actually been standing in that foggy field. My feet were especially cold, as if I'd really been walking barefoot through wet leaves. That was 2 years ago, and I still have the dreams sometimes. They've gotten less frequent, but they're always vivid, always terrifying. And that goat with its human hands is always there, watching me from a distance, occasionally getting closer when I'm not looking directly at it. I've done research since then on folklore and cryptids, trying to figure out what I saw. There are stories of skinwalkers and knot deer and other creatures that mimic animals, but get details wrong. None of them quite match what I saw, though. The thing that still bothers me the most is the handprint on my second-floor window. How did it get there? What was that thing? What did it want with me? Was it just trying to scare me, or did it have worse intentions? I've moved twice more since then, always to places without cornfields nearby. I keep my blinds closed at night. I don't play piano after dark anymore, and I still check my windows each morning, terrified I'll find those greasy, wrong-fingered handprints again. I know how this sounds. Trust me, I know. If someone told me this story, I'd probably think they were making it up or had watched too many horror movies. But I know what I saw. I know what was outside my window that night. And sometimes, when I'm lying awake at 3 in the morning, I swear I can hear something with not quite hooves moving around outside, waiting for me to look. Story 22. I've always considered myself somewhat sensitive to paranormal activity. Growing up in the Philippines, I experienced a few weird things. Nothing too extreme, just enough to make me believe that there's more out there than what we can explain. My siblings and other family members have had much stronger encounters than I have, so I guess you could say it runs in the family. But what happened during my birthday weekend at that hotel in San Francisco still keeps me up at night sometimes. It's been months, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. My boyfriend planned the whole weekend as a birthday surprise. He booked us a room at this small, trendy 4-star hotel near Union Square. It looked amazing online. Modern decor, great reviews, perfect location. When we arrived, everything seemed normal. The staff was friendly, our room was clean and stylish with this amazing view of the city. I remember being so excited to spend the weekend exploring San Francisco and celebrating. The first night was uneventful. We went out for dinner, had some drinks, and came back pretty tired. I slept through the night without any issues. It was on the second night that things started getting weird. I woke up around 3 in the morning absolutely parched. My boyfriend was sound asleep next to me, and I didn't want to wake him, so I carefully got out of bed to grab the water bottle we had on the dresser. The bathroom door was closed. I specifically remember this because I always close it before going to bed, just a habit of mine. As I was reaching for the water bottle, the bathroom door suddenly swung open. Not just a little crack, it opened fully, like someone had pulled it from inside. I screamed. I couldn't help it. My boyfriend jolted awake, asking what was wrong. The bathroom door just opened by itself, I told him, my voice shaking. He squinted at the door, still half asleep, and mumbled, "It's probably just the air or something, maybe the ventilation." But I knew that wasn't possible. The door was heavy and had one of those hydraulic closes that prevent it from slamming. It couldn't just swing open because of air. It would have needed a deliberate pull. and the air conditioning wasn't even running at that moment. I was freaked out, but my boyfriend convinced me it was nothing. I eventually went back to sleep, but not before checking the bathroom thoroughly. Empty, of course. The next day, we tried to enjoy ourselves despite my lingering unease. We didn't talk much about what happened. My boyfriend clearly thought I was overreacting, and I didn't want to ruin our trip by insisting something paranormal was going on. But throughout the day, I kept thinking about that door. That night, I started noticing other things. There was knocking and tapping on the walls. At first, I rationalized it. Old building, pipes, noise from other floors, people outside. But the tapping had a pattern to it. It would come in pairs. Tap, 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 tap. I nudged my boyfriend. "Do you hear that?" He listened for a moment. "Hear what?" "The tapping on the walls." Just as I said it, the sound stopped. He shrugged and rolled over. Probably just someone in the next room. I tried to convince myself he was right, but something felt off. The tapping resumed as soon as he fell asleep again. Our last night there was when things really escalated. We had gone to bed around midnight after a full day of sightseeing. I was exhausted, but found it hard to fall asleep. I kept feeling like someone was watching me from my side of the bed, the side closer to the wall and the corner where we had stored our suitcases. Around 2 in the morning, I heard what sounded like ruffling in that corner, like someone was going through our clothes. I froze, straining my eyes in the darkness, but couldn't see anything out of place. I reached for my phone to use as a flashlight, but didn't want to shine it directly in case there was actually something there. I know that sounds ridiculous, but in that moment, I was terrified of what I might see. The ruffling stopped, then started again. It was so specific, the sound of fabric being moved around, like when you're searching for something in a pile of clothes. Then came the tapping again, but this time it wasn't just on the walls. It was on the windows too. Tap, tap on the wall, then tap, tap on the window. Back and forth. I was wide awake now, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I wanted to wake my boyfriend, but I also didn't want to seem crazy. Maybe it was just the wind, or people in other rooms, or the building settling. But deep down, I knew it wasn't any of those things. Then I heard something that made my blood run cold, a distinct sound of something being deliberately dropped on the floor in the corner where our clothes were. Not a light drop, but a heavier thud, like someone had picked up one of our shoes and intentionally let it fall. That's when I lost it. I screamed and frantically shook my boyfriend awake. He jumped up and immediately turned on the bedside lamp. What's happening?" he asked, looking around wildly. I was pointing at the corner, trembling. "There's something in here. I heard it drop something." He got out of bed and checked the corner. Our clothes were there, neatly folded where we'd left them. He looked under the bed, in the closet, in the bathroom. Nothing. "There's nothing here," he said, trying to calm me down. "Maybe you were dreaming." "I wasn't dreaming," I insisted. I was wide awake. I heard tapping on the walls and windows, and something was going through our clothes, and then it dropped something. I heard it clear as day. He looked concerned, not about potential ghosts, but about my mental state. "Let's just try to get some sleep. We have to check out in the morning." I didn't want to sleep. I wanted to leave that room immediately, but it was the middle of the night. We had nowhere else to go, and I didn't want to seem completely irrational, so I lay back down, but insisted we keep the lights on. For the rest of the night I stayed awake, watching that corner. The tapping had stopped when the lights came on, and there were no more strange noises, but the feeling of being watched never went away. When morning finally came, I packed our things faster than I've ever packed in my life. I just wanted out of that room. My boyfriend was still skeptical, but sympathetic enough not to argue. He could see how shaken I was. As we were checking out, I almost asked the receptionist if they'd ever had reports of strange occurrences in that room. But I stopped myself. I didn't want to sound crazy, and part of me was afraid of what the answer might be. Once we were in the car and headed home, I felt like I could breathe again. My boyfriend tried to make light of the situation, suggesting that maybe I'd had too much wine at dinner or that I was just overtired. I let him think that, even though I knew what I experienced was real. That evening, when I was alone in my apartment, curiosity got the best of me. I started researching the hotel online. At first, I found nothing unusual, just the standard reviews about service and amenities. But then I stumbled upon an old forum thread about haunted hotels in San Francisco. And there it was, our hotel, listed as one of several in the city with reported paranormal activity. Multiple guests had described similar experiences: objects moving, tapping sounds, doors opening, and the feeling of being watched. Some even mentioned activity specifically occurring in the corner of their rooms. Reading those accounts sent chills down my spine. It wasn't just me. It wasn't my imagination or too much wine or being overtired. Something was in that room with us. I called my sister in the Philippines that night and told her everything. Unlike my boyfriend, she didn't doubt me for a second. She said it sounded like a restless spirit, possibly someone who had once stayed in that room or worked at the hotel. To this day, my boyfriend still doesn't fully believe what happened. He thinks I worked myself up into a state of paranoia and imagined the whole thing. But I know what I heard and felt. That presence in the room was real. I've stayed in many hotels since then, and nothing like that has ever happened. But I still take precautions now. I research hotel histories before booking. I carry a small crystal my sister sent me that's supposed to ward off negative energy, and I never ever stay in a room alone if I can help it. That trendy 4-star hotel near Union Square might look perfectly normal in the daylight, but something else walks those halls at night, and whatever it was interested in us, or at least in our things. I've never been back to that hotel, and I never will. Some birthday weekends are better left as one-time experiences. Story 23. I've been meaning to post about this for a while now, but honestly, I've been trying to forget it even happened. It's been 3 months, and I still can't shake the feeling of being watched whenever I drive past cornfields. This job already has enough downsides without adding supernatural shit to the mix. So I drive trucks for a living. Have been for about 6 years now. I do long hauls across the Midwest mostly. You get used to the solitude, the endless stretches of highway, and finding places to take your mandatory breaks when your clock is running out. That night, I was about 11 hours into my shift, hauling a load of auto parts from Detroit to Kansas City. It was around 4 in the morning, that dead zone where even the radio gets weird and your mind plays tricks on you. I was pushing it with my hours of service and needed to stop for a mandatory break before I got flagged. There weren't any truck stops coming up for another 50 miles according to my GPS, and I was cutting it close with my electronic log. So I did what a lot of us do occasionally. I pulled off at a random exit ramp, exit 29, somewhere in western Missouri. It was a rural exit with nothing but empty road and farmland. No services, no lights, just darkness and cornfields stretching out on both sides. I pulled over onto the wide shoulder of the exit ramp, far enough off the road that I wouldn't be a hazard. But still on the pavement, I did my usual routine, logged myself as off-duty, set my alarm for 30 minutes, and settled in to burn time scrolling through TikTok. That's when I first noticed it. Just as I was getting comfortable, my headlights, which I'd left on for safety, caught something in the cornfield maybe 30 yards away. A figure just standing there at the edge of the corn, human-shaped, but completely still. My first thought was that it was a scarecrow. Makes sense, right? Cornfield, scarecrow, normal farming stuff, but something about it made me uneasy. It seemed, I don't know, positioned in a way that felt like it was facing my truck specifically. I tried to brush it off. I've seen plenty of weird shit during overnight hauls. Your brain gets foggy, shadows look strange, and your imagination runs wild when you're alone at night in unfamiliar places. So I locked my doors, force of habit, turned back to my phone and tried to distract myself with mindless videos. About 15 minutes into my break, I thought I caught movement in my peripheral vision. You know that feeling when something shifts just outside your direct line of sight? I glanced up quickly and looked toward the cornfield. The figure seemed different somehow. I can't swear it had moved, but it didn't look like it was in exactly the same spot. It seemed closer to the road, maybe by 10 feet or so. A chill ran up my spine, but I told myself I was just tired and seeing things. The figure was still completely motionless. Still just a scarecrow, I told myself. Just a goddamn scarecrow in a different spot than I remembered. The wind must have knocked it over, and someone set it back up differently. That had to be it. I tried to focus on my phone again, but I couldn't stop glancing up every few seconds. My heart was beating faster than it should have been. I turned up the radio to drown out the silence and the weird thoughts creeping into my head. After another 10 minutes, nature called. If you drive trucks, you know how this goes. Sometimes you have an emergency bottle for these situations, but I'd already used mine earlier in the shift. I really didn't want to step outside, but I didn't have much choice. I scanned the area through my windows carefully before opening my door. The figure was still there. Still motionless. Just a scarecrow, I kept telling myself. I slipped out of the cab, keeping the engine running and lights on, and moved to the gap between my truck and trailer. It offered a bit of privacy at least. While I was taking care of business, every instinct in my body was screaming at me to check the cornfield again. You know that feeling when you're absolutely terrified to look at something, but even more terrified not to? That's what it was like. I zipped up and forced myself to turn and look across the road toward the field. My blood turned to ice water. The figure was gone, just completely gone. No movement in the corn, no sign of anything or anyone walking away, just an empty space where something had been standing moments before. The rational part of my brain tried to tell me that I'd imagined the whole thing, or that maybe it had fallen over and I just couldn't see it in the dark. But a deeper, more primal part knew that whatever had been watching me was now moving. I've never moved so fast in my life. I practically dove back into my cab, slammed the door, and locked it in one motion. I was shaking so bad I could barely get the truck into gear. I didn't even bother finishing my break or updating my log. All I could think was that I needed to get the hell away from that exit. Regulations be damned. As I pulled back onto the highway, I kept checking my mirrors obsessively. The road behind me was empty, the exit ramp disappearing into darkness, but that feeling of being watched didn't fade as I put distance between me and exit 29. I drove with my heart pounding for the next 40 minutes, pushing the speed limit, constantly scanning the road ahead and behind. Finally, I saw the bright lights of a Love's truck stop and practically cried with relief. I pulled in, parked under the brightest lights I could find, and just sat there for a while, trying to catch my breath and convince myself I'd just had a stress-induced hallucination. The truck stop was busy even at that hour. A few other drivers moving around, the store lit up, normal human activity. I started to feel a little ridiculous about how scared I'd been. I decided to go inside, grab a coffee, maybe chat with the cashier, just to hear another human voice. I stepped down from my cab and locked it, glancing around the parking lot out of habit. That's when I noticed something smeared on the side of my trailer. It looked like mud at first, but when I moved closer to inspect it, I realized it was too dark, too viscous. In the bright parking lot lights, it had a reddish-brown tint, and it wasn't just randomly smeared. It formed a crude handprint about 7 feet up the side of my trailer, right where I'd been standing to take a leak. I backed away immediately, my hands shaking so badly I dropped my keys. I scrambled to pick them up, unlocked my cab, and locked myself inside again. I sat there hyperventilating for at least 10 minutes, trying to process what I was seeing. The handprint was enormous, much larger than any normal human hand, and it was placed at a height that would require someone to be at least 7 feet tall maybe taller. But what really got me was that I had been right there, not 5 minutes earlier, and had neither seen nor heard anything approach my trailer. I didn't sleep at all that night. I stayed awake in the cab with the doors locked, jumping at every sound, watching the parking lot through my mirrors until dawn. When daylight finally came, I forced myself to check the trailer again. The handprint was still there, but in the morning light, it looked more like dirt or mud than anything sinister. I told myself that's all it was. Just mud that had splashed up from the road and happened to form a pattern that looked like a hand. I took a picture of it, then grabbed some paper towels from inside the store and wiped it away. As I cleaned it off, I noticed the substance had a strange texture, almost gritty, and it smelled like, I don't even know how to describe it, like something rotting but also something burning at the same time. I completed my delivery in Kansas City later that day, shaken but trying to convince myself I'd just had a weird experience brought on by exhaustion and an overactive imagination. But that night, in the motel, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that figure standing in the cornfield, perfectly still until it wasn't. I've been back on the road since then, taking my usual routes, but I've changed some habits. I never pull over on isolated exit ramps anymore. I plan my breaks to coincide with actual truck stops or rest areas, even if it means adjusting my whole schedule. I keep all my doors locked always, even when I'm driving, and I avoid driving past cornfields at night whenever possible. I've tried researching Exit 29 online, looking for any stories similar to mine or any local legends about the area. I haven't found anything specific, but there are some forum posts from other truckers about avoiding unmarked exits at night and strange experiences in the Midwest farm country that make me wonder if I'm not the only one who's seen something out there. I don't know what I saw that night. Maybe it was just a scarecrow and my tired mind played tricks on me. Maybe some local kid was playing a prank. But deep down, I know it was something else, something that watched me, stalked me, and marked my trailer while I was less than 10 feet away without making a sound. I still drive the same routes, still make my deliveries on time. But now I keep an extra flashlight in my cab. I've installed additional locks on my doors, and I never ever stop at exit 29 again. Story 24. I never thought I'd be someone sharing a ghost story online, but here I am. I need to get this off my chest because even though it's been years, I still find myself thinking about it more often than I'd like to admit. My husband and I were so excited when we found our apartment. We were expecting our first child, money was tight, and this place was affordable. It wasn't fancy, an older building with creaky floors and outdated kitchen cabinets, but it was going to be our home. I was about 5 months pregnant when we moved in, and that's when things started getting weird. At first it was just little things. I'd be sitting on the couch folding laundry and feel something brush against my arm, not like a bug or a draft. It felt like actual contact, like someone had run their fingers lightly across my skin. I have several tattoos, and I swear I could sometimes feel what seemed like tiny fingers tracing the outlines of them. Especially the butterfly on my shoulder. I didn't tell my husband right away. Being pregnant for the first time, I thought maybe my hormones were making me imagine things. Plus, he was working long hours to save up for the baby, and I didn't want to stress him out over what might be nothing. But then the doors started slamming, not just closing on their own, slamming shut with force. The first time it happened, I was in the bathroom. The door had been opened just a crack, and suddenly it slammed so hard, the little decorative towels fell off the rack. I jumped and nearly peed myself, which isn't hard when you're pregnant, trust me. Must be a draft, my husband said when I told him. But the windows were all closed, and there wasn't any wind that day. Still, I tried to be logical. Old building, settling foundation, whatever. The nighttime kitchen noises were harder to explain away. We'd be in bed, sometimes just falling asleep, and hear the distinct sound of pots and pans clanking together. The first time, My husband grabbed a baseball bat and went to investigate. Nothing. Everything was exactly where we'd left it. This happened maybe twice a week. Our cats were the first real confirmation that something wasn't right. We had two, Max and Sadie, and they suddenly refused to go into the kitchen. They'd sit at the threshold, tails swishing, and just stare. Sometimes they'd hiss at nothing, their eyes following something I couldn't see. Max would sometimes arch his back and puff up like something was threatening him. This was especially unnerving because Max was the chillest cat I'd ever known. He'd let anyone pet him and never showed aggression. The strange part, I wasn't actually scared at first. The presence, whatever it was, didn't feel threatening. If anything, it felt playful, like a child who was bored and wanted attention. I started talking out loud when I was alone, saying things like, "I know you're there, and it's okay. You don't need to slam doors to get my attention." As my pregnancy progressed, the activity seemed to increase. My husband started noticing things too, though he tried to rationalize everything. He was constantly tired and sick with what we thought were persistent colds. Another thing we blamed on the old building, maybe mold or poor ventilation. When I was about 8 months along, I finally broke down and asked our landlord if anyone had ever reported anything strange about our unit. He got this uncomfortable look on his face and tried to change the subject, but I pressed him. "Look," he finally said, "I don't believe in that ghost nonsense, but the tenants before you, there was an issue with child welfare. The parents weren't good people. Father went to jail for a while." He wouldn't give me more details, but that night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about a child, hurt and scared in the very rooms where I was preparing to bring my own child. I found myself rubbing my belly and whispering promises that my baby would always be safe and loved. Then my son was born, a beautiful, healthy baby boy. We brought him home, and that's when things got even weirder. When he was about 3 months old, I noticed he would stare at the kitchen and smile, not just a random baby smile. He would focus on a specific spot, break into a grin, and sometimes wave his little arms excitedly. By 6 months, he started saying hi while looking at that same spot, just hi, over and over, when nobody was there. I remember one afternoon particularly clearly. I was exhausted from being up all night with the baby, so we were napping together on the living room couch. I don't know how long I was asleep, but I woke up with that heart-stopping panic every new parent knows. My baby wasn't beside me. I sat up so fast I got dizzy, and that's when I saw him. He had somehow scooted himself across the floor to the baby gate we kept at the kitchen entrance. He was sitting there babbling happily, and for just a second, I swear on everything I love, I saw a child with him, a small, thin kid, maybe 4 or 5 years old, crouched down next to my son on the other side of the gate. The child was pale, wearing what looked like pajamas, and had this messy hair that fell across their eyes. I blinked, and they were gone. But my son continued to talk to the empty space for several minutes. I told my husband that night, and for the first time, he didn't try to explain it away. He just sat there looking worried, and finally admitted he sometimes felt like he was being watched in the shower. That's when the energy in the apartment changed. What had felt like curious, almost playful activity became something else. I started feeling watched constantly, not just the casual awareness of another presence, but the skin-crawling feeling of eyes on me all the time, especially when I was with the baby. The baby monitor became a source of terror. We'd hear strange noises through it, not just static or interference, but whispers sometimes. Once I swear I heard a child crying, but when I rushed to the nursery, my son was sleeping peacefully. He started refusing to go down the hallway that led to our bedroom. He'd been crawling for a couple of months, but when we put him down at that end of the apartment, he'd scream bloody murder until we picked him up. Not normal baby fussing. These were terrified screams that made my blood run cold. I started seeing shadows moving out of the corner of my eye. The door slamming became more violent. One night, A framed photo of my son flew off the wall and shattered against the opposite wall, like someone had thrown it. The kitchen remained the focal point. The cats now wouldn't even look toward it. They'd turn their heads away like they were deliberately avoiding seeing something. My husband and I started sleeping with our son between us, both of us afraid to leave him alone in the nursery. I wanted to move, but we couldn't afford it. We were barely making ends meet, and breaking our lease would mean losing our security deposit, which we couldn't replace. So we stayed, growing more anxious and exhausted. My husband's colds got worse. I developed insomnia, afraid to sleep because of what might happen to my son if I wasn't alert. Then something happened that seemed terrible at the time, but was actually our salvation. We had a major rainstorm, and water started seeping into my son's room through the ceiling. The carpet was soaked, and within days, black mold started growing on the walls. The landlord dragged his feet on repairs, and we documented everything, taking photos and sending certified letters. The mold gave us the legal leverage we needed to break our lease without penalty. We borrowed money from my parents and found a new place within 2 weeks. The difference was immediate. My husband's persistent colds cleared up within days. My son stopped having inexplicable crying fits. We all started sleeping through the night. The feeling of being watched, that constant oppressive presence, was just gone. Looking back now, I wonder how much of what we experienced could be explained by mold exposure. I've read that certain types can cause hallucinations, paranoia, and physical symptoms. Maybe that's all it was, but it doesn't explain everything. It doesn't explain how my baby would interact with something I couldn't see. It doesn't explain the child I saw that day by the baby gate. And it doesn't explain why, to this day, my son, who's 5 now, sometimes talks about the kitchen friend from our old apartment. I don't know if what we experienced was the lingering energy of that abused child, or an actual ghost, or just the toxic effects of a moldy old building playing tricks on our minds. But whatever it was, it changed us. I'm not a superstitious person, but that apartment taught me that there are things we can't easily explain, boundaries that aren't as solid as we think they are. Sometimes I still feel phantom fingers tracing my tattoos when I'm half asleep. And sometimes, when my son is playing quietly by himself, I catch myself scanning the room just to make sure he's really alone.